Hello, everybody. It's been just a couple of days since we've last seen each other. And, wow. What a busy couple of days those have been. For those of you who know, you know. For those of you who don't, well, I might fill you in. But, in the meantime, you're just gonna have to believe me here. It's been a busy couple of days. Okay. First, I want to warn you guys. The stream may end way earlier than what it's supposed to. My stream, or my computer, really has been struggling, last night and all of today. And I've not been able to fix it, unfortunately. I think my computer is really just on its last leg, and that's okay. You know, we're nearing 4 years with this thing. It's turning 4 in... I think I built this PC, like... I want to say... second or third week of November. And, you know, we're first week of November right now. So... you know, it's bound to go out eventually, so I'm not really shocked or upset about it. It's just bad timing. For those of you who may have caught the notification, I said in that notification the saying, "When it rains, it pours." It was mostly in reference to that. There's been a couple of other great developments in my life as of recent, but first, let's go ahead and get into the build. Also, can we turn on a little bit of volume? There we go. So, to start us off, let's just kind of talk a little bit about how my day's been today, right? You guys are my free therapy, basically, so, now that's what I call a captive audience. So basically, you know, 24-hour stream happened. Okay, whatever. During the 24-hour stream, I found out my guitar is effectively going to be out of commission for a minute. My electric. The pickup for the bridge is not picking up any sound. I've tapped it with a screwdriver a couple of times and it's just not been working. However, I can confirm it has received power, due to the fact that it is magnetic, and you know, when I touch it with my screwdriver, it definitely is pulling. In some spots it's a little bit weaker, but you know, I know my way in well enough around the guitar to kind of deduce that much, and I've got a friend that's been very helpful with that as well. Let's see, stream won't load. Okay, well, at least it's that looks like it's a you problem. I'm gonna hope. Anyway, but yeah, so, you know, found out today, guitar broken. I've spent all day trying to fix it. I broke 2 strings while trying to fix it, and you know, I haven't been able to find anything on the interior of said guitar that looks broken. So I'm gonna have to test that all when I get back. Because, for those of you who didn't know, I'm also going on vacation. Tomorrow. In fact, tomorrow morning I'm leaving on vacation. So I had to pack up today. Couldn't, you know, spend very much time on that. After I'd finished packing up, finished working on my guitar the best I could, I was rendering out a video on my PC, the 24-hour stream, actually. I was trying to cut it down into a 12-hour section so I could upload it to YouTube. And, it was an hour and a half away from being done. I decided I was going to do it when I got home from vacation instead because, to be truthful, it doesn't need to be uploaded to YouTube yet. So I thought, yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and cancel it now, and I'll just do the rest of it later. Well, when I canceled the job, my mom, pretty much right after I did that, my mom had come in. I was like, hey, do you want to go out and get something to eat? I was gonna play Valorant. That's why I canceled the job. If I knew we were going to go out to eat at that moment, I would have probably not have canceled the job because it would have been done by the time I got back. But unfortunately, you know, things like that happen. On top of that, my memory has not improved at all. It like I said, when it rains, it pours. My goodness, you know, we we had a great time past couple of days, myself and my family. Great times, gotta say. We for those of you who aren't a part of the Discord, you may have missed the news. I'm not going to get into it too much, but unfortunately, my cat did not make it after the end of our stream, on the 24-hour stream. I was really tired. Right at the end, my mom came in and was like, hey, we need to go to, like, the vet soon. I'm like, oh, okay. So that's why I was a little bit frantic, right? Unfortunately, he didn't make it. So, you know, add that on top of... So, 24-hour stream. My cat. My guitar, my PC. 4 things all happening at that same time period. And then, you know, you throw on top of all of that, a trip that's coming up. Everything hurts. My whole body is just achy, you know. I'm old. Can't help it. And... You know, I haven't gotten any videos done that I wanted to. Like, it's been a rough couple of weeks, man. It's just been rough, and I don't get why. I don't know what I did. I don't know what I did. Oh, and I almost kind of, sort of almost broke my toe today. I had been talking to my friends on the phone, while I was packing. And, I unfortunately dropped my phone. Landed on my toe. It hurt, but I'm okay. My phone is also okay, thankfully. But yeah, things just aren't going super swell, in the terms of, you know, my own physical belongings. That's for sure. I found out it was my last day as president, so I launched 9 nukes at Australia. 8 hit, and they still survived. Gosh. Okay, Oh, also, the reason I wanted to play Valorant so badly today, so bad that I was willing to, you know, cancel my my download or my render of the 24-hour stream, was because there was this special cosmetic card that you could get, and it's called Distracted Duelist. It was only in my store this one time. It goes out by the end of tonight, and Valorant will not load for me at all. I was gonna try to play a little bit today even, but Valorant will not load. So, like, I guess I'm just not going to get that player card, which definitely sucks, but, you know, it is just a game at the end of the day, so, like, I can't be too terribly mad. But, yeah, you know, really love things right now. Everything's been dandy, swell, fine. I'm getting a call. Dismiss. 87% of the country was destroyed. Well, that's at least a decent chunk of damage, you know? I'm trying to think here. What exactly we left off with on the 24-hour stream. I know at the end of the 24-hour stream I was really tired, so I wasn't making a whole lot of sense. But, I do want to quickly say just one more time here, right? Thank you guys for hanging out around that. That was a lot of fun. I want to do it again in the future, but I think I'm going to plan out some stuff a little bit better next time. I don't know when the next one will be. You know, our next follower goal is to get 250 more followers. I don't know what the reward is going to be for that. Probably not a 24-hour stream, but maybe a 12-hour. I could definitely consider a 12-hour stream. But I don't know. I was so powerful, I reached a point I just wanted to annoy my Secretary of Defense. Gosh. Okay. Trying to think of what else I can tell you guys. But the truth is, there's not a whole lot more to say except, you know, besides the fact that the world is falling apart or seemingly falling apart, you know, you just gotta hang in there. And that's okay, you know. I invaded all the interesting countries like Australia, Poland, and Germany. Gosh, that's fun. I'm sure they appreciated that. Definitely. Trying to think of what else has went wrong. I know there's more, but I couldn't even begin to tell you. I wonder if my 3D printer still turns on. No, that I don't know. We'll see. I do need to actually 3D print some more things. Unfortunately, I'd kind of forgotten, but Christmas is coming up, and you know, I want to get my friends some gifts, and I like making things very personal. And so, I like to try to make gifts and such. So, I've been thinking about this for a while now, and I don't know exactly what to get everybody. But I've had some ideas at one point in time, and I forgot to write them down, of course. So I need to go back to that idea and see if I can figure out what my plan was exactly. And then 3D print a whole bunch of stuff and then ship it, you know. Literally all of Europe was under my domain, gosh. One thing that did happen during the 24-hour stream, and in case some of you missed it, which I'm sure plenty of you did, because it was kind of near the beginning there, so not a ton of people were able to make it, but, Unreal and I have a little bit of a bet going on. And, basically, if I win, I get 20 subs. If I lose and he wins, then I have to gift 20 subs to the community. Either way, it's kind of a win-win for me, but, you know, we're not gonna go there. I'll make sure one of the subs goes to him, but, yeah, so basically, the bet is that I can finish this entire mountain area by the end of next year. Now, is it likely? By no means. It is actually quite possibly near impossible, besides with the help of slave labor, which I have contemplated a little bit, and I have pretty well come to the conclusion that, sometimes you can't just trust other people to do things for free, and this might be one of those things. And, I'm not gonna concede, because there's no point. I should at least try. But, I'm also prepared that, you know, I might have to shell out some money, and that's okay. But I'm in love with the project we've got going on right now, and I'll kind of explain it a little bit more here in a second, because I do realize, if you are a VOD viewer, this is going to make no sense whatsoever, how we got from where we were earlier to now. You know, this is a completely different looking circle than what we had before. So during the 24-hour stream, we went ahead and planned out what the Nordic village was going to look like. And, you know, it's actually kind of looking awesome, in my opinion. I need to get some frog lights here. I can hear my fans ramping up. Beware, crash might be incoming, and if it does, I can't do anything about it, unfortunately. Okay, let's do that. Okay. Oh yeah, so frog lights. So anyway, yeah, I played King SMP for a little bit during the 24-hour stream. Wonderful time. And we planned out what the Nordic area was going to look like, and I'm really happy with it. So, you know, there's that. Let's see, how much is he charging? 1 diamond per 2 stacks. Oh. Okay. That's nice. Let's do a couple more. There we go. Okay. Okay. So, yeah, we did some work. And, it's looking fantastic so far. And I think it's going to be very nice once it's all said and done. That being said, I wanted to show it to you guys a little bit here. Maybe we'll actually, you know, maybe it'll actually load in here. You guys can get an idea of what I'm planning. Okay, so this is what it looks like right now. So the idea right now is the netherrack is all path. So as you can see, it gonna kind of follow this interesting little shape, and it should be okay. We'll have to wait and see if it does turn out okay, but you know, we're just in the landscaping phase right now. But the idea is, you know, over here there's going to be a incline up on top of a cliff. And on this cliff, this is where a lot of other important things are going to go, but it made it made this huge expansion basically, and the project just keeps getting bigger and bigger. Luckily, it's filling in a lot of space, so it kind of helps, you know, with the problem of it being a void. Okay. I don't know how long tonight's stream's gonna be. Again, one, PC might crash. If it crashes, I'm probably not going to be able to come back, just because when it starts crashing, it doesn't really stop. But another one, I'm also still really tired. That 24-hour stream didn't really mess with me a ton, but I've never been really good with sleeping in general. And so lately it's just been like really bad. Okay. What we got here? More dirt to place. That's fine. But yeah, we're gonna just kind of work our way in grids almost. It kind of works out a little bit easier. Feels like you're actually doing progression and such. I'm sorry. I'm really tired already. Yo, this is Lisa. Well, hello, Lisa. Welcome in. How are you doing? Let's see, can I do a little more dirt here? I'm out of dirt. That's no good. Okay. So I need. But we'll just fill up on dirt. It's gonna be okay. Doing great. What about you? I'm doing all right. I'm tired, but I'm hanging in there. I'm definitely hanging in there. So, yeah, we're just getting a little bit of work done here on Minecraft for a little bit. Before I have to go on vacation tomorrow, and then after that we'll come back and it'll be probably more of this. But you know, my build it's got potential. It's definitely got potential. Vacation where? I will be in Florida. I typically go down to Florida for just around about every November, but this will probably be the last one, at least for a couple of years with the whole family. And it's gonna be a good time. It's gonna be a good time. Hey, Derek, how are you doing? You know how to enjoy things? Yeah, we like Florida. It's nice and warm there. It's not super cold in November, at least. There's a nice little breeze, and there's not a whole lot of people around, which is really the nice thing, you know? If you can skip that spring break or summer vacation crowd, it's honestly nice. I'm good. Glad to hear it, Derek. Glad to hear it. We're just working on my my Nordic village area, and so far so good. You know, it's gonna take some time, but I think it's going to be good. Good. My friend joined the SMP. Nice. Who's your friend? I'd love to welcome them at some point. Posing? Okay. I'll keep an eye out for them. If I happen to see them, I'll welcome them. There we go. Let me do a little bit of this. I was like, I like the way you're wasting your rockets. I have a bad habit about that. I have a very, very bad habit about that. Thank you for the lurk, Derek. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. Let's see. Let me set up here. Okay, what I want to do, I'm going to finish filling in this little section. And, I don't know what I'm gonna do, but I need to wake up a little bit here. It's red dirt, and those lights give it royal feels. Yeah, definitely. I'm hoping it turns to grass soon, but, we'll see. Dirt kind of grows a little bit slow. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, I'm out of dirt again. But that's okay. That's okay. Let's see. What can I do? What can I do to keep up this pace, because I want to get the terrain done as soon as possible, because that part takes a really long time. But that being said, you know, I don't know how long we can keep up that pace. Just because I am, like, still really tired. I hate how tired I am, man. We had just gotten off of a 24-hour stream a couple of days ago, and I'm still trying to get back into things after that, and man, is it taking a minute. I follow where I enjoy. Well, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay. Now let's fill in this spot, and then what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna get up, stretch a little bit, and find something to kind of wake me up just a tad bit more. Why are you so tired? Like you came back from hiking or something? No, I'm just still. I had a busy couple of days. I didn't sleep very well last night either. I've got a trip coming up, and that's kind of kept me busy with packing and all that. And then, you know, 24-hour stream on the weekend. That one kept me pretty busy. And then we've been through a lot past couple of days. My guitar has broken on me. My PC is in the process of you know, giving up, and then yeah, it's just been a mess, but I just hang in there, you know. That's my philosophy, and it seems to have worked pretty well. Okay. I'm here to support you. Thank you. I appreciate it. It's much appreciated for sure. Okay. I wonder if we have any coffee. Now I think about it, like, I'm wondering. Ah, dang it. Okay. Let's see. Tell me more about your hobbies. So, for the most part, most of my hobbies are all here on the computer. I like to play games. I like to hang out with my friends on here and, you know, do some weird stuff where I make videos or do some live streams. But if I'm not doing that, I'm either working with my 3D printer, which is a lovely device that I don't get to use hardly ever, but I love it. And then I would also be, you know, playing my guitars, but one of them is out of commission and the other one is loud. So, unfortunately, I don't get to play those too much right now either, apparently. But, yeah, like I said, most of my stuff is computer related. Right now it's just what pays the bills, and that's okay. Okay, oh, you walked off the edge. Well, congrats. So basically, you live with your computer. Oh, definitely. I sleep in the same room with it, man. If I'm not awake, this thing probably is. I have to have it on pretty much all the time now. It works overtime for sure. Don't tell me you're married to it. Oh, no. Don't worry. We're just engaged. It's fine. It's fine. We didn't get that serious. Not yet. Oh, hello. No dirt? Okay. You're both working on things. Yeah, exactly. You know, I feel like, you know, if my computer had some amount of intelligence to it, I'd probably, you know, there might be a little bit of a slight consideration there, but you know, in the meantime, it's too busy for me, and its lifespan isn't very long either. Don't tell it I said this, but I'm already budgeting for a replacement PC. It's getting close to time. That's for certain. But I won't replace it with just one PC. We're gonna get two computers. We're gonna have a streaming computer and then a gaming computer to go alongside it, and they should work together to last a little longer this time. We'll have to wait and see though. Oh, you carrying double shift? Yeah. Congrats. Gosh. Okay. Let's see. What? Okay, like that maybe? Sure. What you building up in the air? Castles? So let me kind of show you here. We're trying to work on a new landscape. I've been working on this mountain range for a little while, and it's been a long work in progress, but it's starting to kind of come along to a point that I like. But over here, you know, there's nothing out this way, so I decided I was going to build a large village up in the mountains. And so I need to go ahead and get the terrain put in so I can eventually put in some houses. And so far, it's looking nice. But, it's definitely going to need some work after I'm done with this. This is so cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Can we not waste all those rockets? There we go. Okay. This should be okay, yeah. Okay. I'm going to take a very minimal break after this little section. Just because I do need more water already. And then, I also need to stretch, maybe find something small to eat. And, just see if that helps. Remind me of my time when I used to play. Awesome, I'm glad. I'd be doing such stuff. Oh man, I love building mountains and sky islands and, you know, that kind of stuff. That's all right up my alley. So much fun. There we go. How old are you? I am 19 years old. Sorry, it took me a second to calculate it there. I'm 19 years old. Will be 20 in the middle of next year. And that's about pretty much the biggest piece of information, I guess, that that anybody could know. I mean, I'm not going to school or anything, so I'm just 19. Me too? Hey, let's go. Honestly, being 19 ain't so bad. It's been a good life. It's been a good life. Why? Well, I don't know what I want to do. So there's no point going to school and getting a degree that I don't intend to use for anything, you know? When and if I go to school, I'll have a purpose. That makes sense? Yeah. I'll be turning 20 by February. Wow. That's not so far away. I have a couple of friends who turned 20 this year. I've got a couple of friends who'll be turning 20 next year. And, it's crazy how quick time flies, you know? Okay. We're fine. Fine. I keep getting this text and it's coming through on my watch, and I keep looking at it, just trying to keep up with whoever it is, make sure that they're okay. But I keep getting distracted by it. It was like 2 days ago. It was July. How come it went from July to November this fast? I know. I get that so much. I mean, like, if you're in the U.S., we just had a time change. Like, what the heck? And Thanksgiving coming up. United States Thanksgiving. Christmas is just around the corner. The holiday season. It's insane. Absolutely crazy. How in just the course of what felt like a couple of days, here's the date. There we go. Yeah, working for Christmas. Yeah. I Christmas is great, man. I I love that time of the year. It's cold, but you can warm up. The house feels a lot more cozy, right? Um, I love when we can turn on the fireplace, or I can wear my jackets and just kind of cozy up in my chair and you know do whatever I feel like. It's really nice. It's a great time of the year. I suppose it is oftentimes called the most wonderful time of the year now that I think about it. So, it lives up to the title. Want to gift my family something? See, I felt that. I've been struggling with ideas as well. Any idea? So what I've found with gifts in general, there's two different kinds of people. There are those who appreciate the gift for the fact that it came from you, and then there are those who appreciate the gift for what it is. Um, and I found a way to please them both. Uh, and that is with a 3D printer. I've been able to 3D print stuff that I made, that my family can either find use in or enjoy in some way, shape, or form. So what I personally like to do is I gave my friend for his birthday, I gave him a Among Us character that I 3D printed and painted. Um, it wasn't the best done idea, but it was something that I made, so it was special in that way. And as a side bonus, it was also special because that was the first game that him and I had played together on the internet. And so it was special in that sense, but it was creative and special. Yes, yes. So if you may not necessarily have like a 3D printer, but if you have some art capabilities, maybe drawing pictures or things like that, those can mean a lot to people. Even if you don't make it yourself and you pay somebody else to do it, that can mean a lot. Uh, so there's some options. And at the end of the day, for the most part, most family get it. I know, this year, my family, we have decided that we're not going to do one of our many traditions that we usually do, which would be a sibling gift exchange. So my family, all the kids in the family would put their names in a hat, and we would, draw to see who we were buying for that year. Secret Santa kind of thing. And this year we decided we weren't gonna do it just because we didn't have time. And we're all okay with it, you know. So at the end of the day, you know, if you can't think of anything, you know, just being there for your family is what matters most, I would say. I'm a graphic designer. You believe it? I work on animation as well. Ooh. Well, that's pretty cool. That definitely could be handy for the for Christmas season for sure. I'm sure you could come up with some pretty cool things there. I like I've never been really great with that either. Like you know, my friends and I I always tell them, hang on, let me see something really fast. Okay, we're good. We're good, I think. I always tell my friends, don't get me anything and I won't get you anything, right? I try to tell them all that. Because, you know, the surprise when they do get something is worth it. And plus, I don't want them spending their money on me. I try to spend as minimal money as possible when I make stuff as well. Because, you know, I'm not exactly what you would call fluid when it comes to cash. But you know, I try to still give them stuff, and I think with you know, like for example, one thing I'm debating, and I don't know if any of my friends are here, so if you are, shut your ears. I'm debating maybe even editing together some videos for some of my friends this year for Christmas, just to kind of help keep my costs down. I can at least donate some time to that, you know? Hey, it's my mom's birthday. You should tell her a happy birthday so I can clip it. This is why I was at Olive Garden. Well, happy birthday to Unreal's mom. I hope you're having a great day, and let's see. Oh, it was nice getting to meet you. It was actually really nice getting to meet you finally, earlier this year. So I hope your day has been great. And I hope Olive Garden was good too, man. I haven't had Olive Garden in ages. I miss Olive Garden, man. Now I'm hungry. Now I'm getting a little bit hungry. Here's your dab. You got your hands in pocket. Yeah, hands in empty pocket, but you know, I try to find ways to show my friends that, you know, I appreciate them. So, you know, small things. Small things if you can afford it, or, you know, uh I have an artist friend as well who, you know, to help save on money a little bit this year, what she's going to do is a lot of her stuff is actually she's going to try to do some, you know, commissions to raise a little bit of money, but also to as gifts for her family, she might be doing a little bit of uh, work for her family for free, just to kind of help pay for that stuff. And honestly, I'm a little bit jealous of artists. I've never been a great artist myself. Um, I can do some alright things, and I mean, Unreal can testify it's not really great, but you know, I do my best. That's for certain. And that's honestly the best I can do. I've heard basically the secret to being a good artist is practice. Um, and I probably would tend to agree, except for the fact that I'm not exactly the best at keeping up with practice either. It's important, yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to think here. I want to finish this build as soon as possible. So how can I kind of like cheese it or a little bit. You know, something. I don't know. Okay, you just stay here. I'll be back from restroom. Alright, sounds good, Lisa. Thanks so much for popping in. And we'll catch you a little later. Oops. I'm trying to think, though. There's a lot of spaces on this build that I need to figure out how I'm gonna fill, and that's what's scaring me a little bit right now. This build is going to have, like, huge areas that might just be lacking stuff, and I want to fill them in with little interesting things that you could run into. I want the world to feel like it's alive, you know? Okay. Okay, we're fine. Again, texts, love them. Gosh, I'm tired. Okay. I'm going to be right back. I know we're only an hour in, but I need to get up, stretch, hydrate, all those things, and, yeah, I think that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna be right back. It's now dawned on me, I haven't done what I said I was gonna do during the 24-hour stream. I said I was gonna make a new be right back screen. We might do that a little bit today instead. We'll just have to wait and see. But in the meantime, just sit tight. I'm gonna play an ad during the be right back screen so you guys don't get those during stream, and I'll see you guys here in a minute. Okay, I'm sorry about that, guys. I am back. How's it going? Good to see you all. Thank you for the follow, Wild Chase Sky. I appreciate it. I had to make myself a iced coffee. I caved in. So we're gonna have caffeine, and that will give me enough energy to probably make it for another 2 or 3 hours. We'll see. But I need this build to get done, right? And so there's a bag of sugar uh in the coffee. We're gonna really juice up here. Not that I have not been careful with my words as of late, and so I've chosen poor word choices. I don't intend it to sound like I'm doing drugs. That was actual sugar. I'm making it worse. I shouldn't have to clarify. It's not quite it's not quite dissolving in the coffee, unfortunately, but it does taste good. It does taste good. So we'll just roll with it for a little bit. All right, to show you guys what we have going on here. This is Sparta? No. Let's not go down that path. This is the build I've been working on for the past couple of weeks, honestly. I suppose months. Past month, really, I suppose. And I don't just mean this little area. This was all done, like, Saturday. But I'm talking, like, the whole mountain range has been worked on for a while. Technically, I've been working on it since June, but I haven't been working consistently on it a whole lot, besides the past couple of weeks. And it is huge, and it's only going to get much larger. I'm going to either have to scale back the project or suffer through it for a long, long time. But it is a huge project, and I'm super excited to be working on it, and we'll see what happens with it, you know? And this stream today, this is kind of the area I'm working on exclusively. And what the idea is it's supposed to be kind of mainly focused on the terrain. So, it's slowly elevating itself up so that when you walk in initially, you're going to be around here. You're going to be able to see the houses lined up, and you're going to be able to see different rooftops, and they're not going to be covering up each other entirely. It should kind of help out with that. And also, some level variation makes it so, everything looks different. Even if it's the same exact build, it'll look different. Okay. Also, lag. Nice. There we go. Whatever. Okay, I need to pull up my task manager. I've been trying to keep an eye on my computer. Yeah, it's been having some issues lately. And so I'm trying to keep an eye on the resources to make sure it's not overspending itself. But it seems to be doing okay still. I just need to be budgeting for a new setup entirely, unfortunately. Which is okay. It'll be fine. But it is an unfortunate consequence of time, you know? Every 4 years, you do have to budget for the new upgrades and such. The good news with this one is, now that I'm caught up to, like, the current, or I'm currently on last gen technology, PC-wise, I'm not actually that far behind. And luckily, a lot of components in this PC could be reused in another one. Like, I don't think I need to get a new graphics card. Obviously, if I can find a 40 series graphics card, like a 4070 Ti, I would get one. But right now I'm just running a 3070, and it's still kicking just fine. And honestly, if there's anything broken in this PC right now, it seems to be just the power supply. But that's just a guess. I haven't taken it into anybody to get it looked at. I haven't talked to my techie friends just yet. I've talked to one of my pseudo techie friends, or he's techie. Just in this field, it's, you know, there's levels of knowledge, that's for sure, and he'd probably be medium range, definitely within there, especially on like computer components. I think he's got a pretty good grasp on that. But I've got like a guy that builds PCs just for fun. And I intend to talk to him in about a week and see what he thinks, because, you know, with this kind of stuff, it's just kind of, you have to get as many opinions as possible and just see what's best. With power supplies, luckily, they're actually, all things considered, pretty cheap. I forget. I think I'm running an EVGA power supply, and shoot, it actually might still be under warranty. Hello, I'm back. Hey, welcome back, Lisa. Good to see you. I might have to look into seeing if my power supply is under warranty. Some of those things last like 3 years in warranty, if I'm not mistaken. Just a few of them do. And some of them might last a lot longer. I don't remember what my power supply was rated for, but it might be worth looking into to see if I can at least get a claim on that. It's been a while since I registered the product, but if I'm not mistaken, I should hypothetically be able to get a new power supply out of that. I'm just gonna have to double check the warranty on it, though. I will say this: I am very proud of how long the PC has lasted. It's gotten me through COVID, and then it also got me through you know, moving. Like, it straight up has moved from one US state to another. And you know, if this is where it goes, then that's fine. Like, I'll probably have to go get like a part-time job or figure out something to kind of help pay, you know, because PCs aren't cheap anymore. I mean, they never really were cheap, but, you know, nowadays, to get a PC to play games, you know, you're looking at least 1,000. You throw your GPU on top of that, you're getting a lot closer to 2K. So, I'm prepared in the sense of, like, I know there's gonna be probably some sticker shock there, but that's okay. That is just fine, honestly. Let's do like that, and then we're gonna kind of shrink it just back here like that. Yeah. I want to give this a little bit of a curve. 'Cause the idea is, you know, you'd walk up this hill, but also, like, you know, it's not gonna be exactly the most smooth experience either. And I think I'm actually nailing that pretty well. So we'll keep working with it. Okay. I'm also building it wrong just a little bit, but that's okay. You stream here daily on the same time? Not quite daily. But I do stream over here pretty often, yeah. And, the time varies just very slightly, but yes, around about the same amount of times too. So I gotta go, so I'll catch up later. Alright, sounds good. Thank you so much for the follow and for hanging out and being awesome, Lisa. I appreciate it, and good luck with the Christmas season. I know that can be really tough, especially when you're searching for gifts for everybody, but I hope that all works out for you. Okay, yeah, this should be fine. Thanks, dude, no problem. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I am curious. I don't know who all's listening, and I'm sure there's a couple who would have a very strong opinion about this, leaning both ways. So I'm gonna say something a little bit crazy. If I were to stream on Christmas Day, would it be wrong? Okay? On Christmas Day, like December 25th. What do we think, guys? What do we think? See, it is a Monday, and I'm assuming most of us will be with our families, right? Most of us. However, most of my family is actually going to be out of town. And so we're actually going to be celebrating our Christmas another time. Instead, we're actually going to be celebrating our Christmas around about in November, around Thanksgiving time. And so that might technically free up my Christmas day. I don't know if I would want to stream on Christmas, but I am a little bit tempted, I'm not gonna lie. Chances are I won't. I will just go ahead and come out and say that. I probably won't stream Christmas Day, because I don't want to look lonely. Because I'm not, but I do recognize it would look as though I was. It's just, I've already gotten the festivities out of the way, man. I've already been through all the Christmas. Okay, we're gonna stick to just dirt. Although I do have a lot of grass in here, so that'll be good. I'm liking how this build is actually turning out right now, and I think it's going to be really cool. Oh! I just realized we're gonna have to put custom trees everywhere. Oh, it's gonna be so big, but it's gonna be so cool. Hi, Indigo. Didn't expect you to be on. That's okay. Okay, let's see. When I get home, I need to look into if multi-streaming is gonna be a thing I need to do or not, or if I should do it, more so not if I need to. And I also need to look into, PC upgrades. Because we'll be right at that time of the year where I should probably upgrade the PC as well if I'm gonna do it. Because there's gonna be a lot of parts that are on sale and such. Maybe like that. Hey, Ran, how's it going? This is gonna look good, I think. Ooh? How's it going, Nightfall? Okay, do something interesting? I mean... I don't mean to brag, but I feel like this might be a little bit interesting. Just a little. I mean, in and of itself, it doesn't look too interesting, but I think it's going to be an interesting project once it's done. Last stream till break, yep. I am going on vacation with my family, here in a couple of days. Well, tomorrow. And, it's, you know, it's exciting, but unfortunately, you know, it's come at a really bad time, and it's left me pretty much swamped to get work done, but it is what it is, you know, you just gotta deal with it. Let's see. I could do that in 2B2T, like, in, like, 1 week. Yeah, but, like, that's also, like, 2B2T, you can do anything in, like, 1 week, because, you know, cheating. But, you know, we'll not go there. We'll not go there. I forgot Americans don't go outside America. I mean... Some do, but it honestly, it costs us so much to go to a different country. So yeah, we don't really ever travel outside of the United States. So yeah, for example, I think just for the flight, if I'm not mistaken, to go to London, it's like, I want to say 700 for both ways, but let me double check that. Let me look it up before I ask Siri and Siri doxes me or something. Okay. Flights to London. Okay, yeah. So if I wanted a flight on November 26th, okay, the only flight showing up right now, which would be on the 22nd and then returning on the 26th, for a round trip would be $1,600. Gosh. It's a 12-hour flight. And then, you know, that's just your flight there, for one person. Then you have to account for the fact that if you want to take other family members with you, so, let's say you're, the average family, 4 people, right? So it's more so around 1,700 is what it looks like for the price there, but we'll be generous and say 1,600 times 4. That's already 6.5 grand for your whole family just to fly. And then you have your hotel prices plus any activities you go out and do. So for us to go to Europe, it would cost us around about 10K if it was only 4 people. However, my family has 5 people that would go, and my dad doesn't want to ever go anywhere, so I don't blame him. I really don't. I paid 10K for a plane to Pakistan and back. Why? For what purpose? We don't like 10K what? Like USD? Dead uncle? Okay, that's a fair reason to spend 10K. I can get that. 10 Canadian Monopoly do dilly dollars. See, how do I want to do this? Press F3. Okay, there you go. Look at that. Wow. Whoa, look at the fancy screen. Not real freedom dollars. Yeah, no. Just the illusion of freedom dollars. It's okay. So how do I want to do this? I don't know. So we're gonna kind of go like this sort of deal, maybe? Not quite like that. That's fine. And I just have to smooth it out a little bit. So it would go from like here to here. Okay. Sure, that's fine. Like, what are you making? So this is going to become a Nordic village. Lots of Viking buildings and a mountain. It's gonna be really, really sick. However, I need to put down dirt before I can build it here. So I'm not quite sure that one works just as well as some other ones. But fair enough. Fair enough. There was an attempt at a D's nuts joke there. Yeah, I'll give you that. Let's see. But anyway, I'm trying to figure out how I want to plot out the terrain here, and it's not going the greatest. I will say that. But we're doing our best, and sometimes that's the best you can ask for. Okay. How do I want to go about this section? See, I want to get as much of this done today as possible, so when I get home, we can actually do some of the fun stuff. I can't say I have ran. I really can't. But I want to get as much of this done as possible, and I'm struggling here. I really, really am. Oh. Okay, hang on. Hang on. One second here. So, one thing I forgot to say. We did our 24-hour stream, right? I mentioned that. Lots of fun. After the 24-hour stream, I had to, my cat got sick, blah blah blah, long sad sob story, but I'll save you all the details. Um, I played in a Valorant premiere match, and during that's when I found out what exactly was going to be going on with my cat. During that. Well, good news, we won the match. So that was at least like a highlight. Um, I played awfully, but I'll take the hard carry there any day, man. You gotta have a homie to carry you in those hard times. Okay, let's see. How do I want to do this? Dang it. Here we go. Okay. So I just have to kind of figure out how the hill curves, and then I gotta add some form of variation to this. I mean, we'll add moss, and like moss carpets to kind of help keep it lit up. That'll be good. And then, of course, we'll also have the trees that we need to build, and that will kind of help as well. And if I do it correctly, we can also add some pretty large rocks in the area to kind of break up certain sections of the terrain. Because right now it feels very empty, and I think that's part of the issue at the moment. Once it's done, once it's not empty, it'll look great, I think. So King, so you're not gonna make 10 videos about your cat to milk this opportunity? Wow. I might make one, but it's only going to be one video. Very likely. There might be two, honestly, but like I said, I didn't even really want to disclose it, just because I'm not looking for attention over it. But I went ahead and told you guys because some people had asked about if I was okay after I had kind of rushed through that last portion of the stream and said thank you and then rated, and then some people saw after when I had rated, I was like, I gotta take my cat to the vet, so people were starting to connect dots already. So people had started already asking me, so I went ahead and just felt like it was a good idea to go ahead and tell you guys so you didn't have to worry about it later down the road, or it didn't come up during stream. Somebody goes, hey, how's your cat doing? Like, I didn't want to go into that whole can of worms, and then that's where you guys find out, oh yeah, you done triggered him now, and you made him depressed or whatever. Like, no, I'm all fine. Truly, I knew it was coming for a while now. That poor cat, he was going through it already. He was an old cat. They estimated that he was around 14, 15 years old. Huge cat. Long hair Siamese. With probably a whole lot of other cat breeds in him. But those are two very prominent features, was he was Siamese and long hair. Very long hair. And he was loud like a Siamese cat. So, he had a lot going for him in that department. But, pets get old eventually. And so it was honestly, while it sucks the timing everything has had recently, like, I kind of mentioned this a little bit earlier, I'll talk about it again here. We, to explain everything here, bad luck on top of bad luck, past couple of weeks have been very rough. Between the fact that, I've been struggling to keep up with, you know, videos. And I'm going to apologize. I feel like I shouldn't have to, but I'm going to. Because I am a little bit sorry about it. There's not going to be any videos while I'm gone, unfortunately. There might be like a quick video if I can pop off and record some news piece, but you know, don't hold your breath. But you know, I've been falling behind on videos. And then, you know, my guitar broke. My cat, you know, had to be put down. My PC is in a state of possibly being replaced in the near future, which is gonna hurt a lot. I almost broke my toe today. You know, sometimes you're just going through it. Sometimes you're just going through it, and it is what it is. You know, my body has been aching a lot lately too. It's, you know, the saying "when it rains it pours" is a perfect. You know, this situation is a perfect example, though, of, like, when it rains, it pours. And that's okay. Like, what goes around comes around, and, you know, I had my fun with a lot of that stuff, so it's probably about time that, you know, some bad things happen, and that's okay. Like I said, a lot of this was expected, to be entirely honest. Like, my cat had not been doing entirely well for probably the last month, 2 months. But, you know, yesterday it was really noticeable. So, you know, it wasn't that big of a shock for me when it happened. It just sucked that it happened right in the middle of my Valorant match, you know? I was in the middle of texting my mom, and she's like, "Hey, can you get Dad on the phone?" Yeah. He was in the bathroom, couldn't get him on the phone. So then she just texts me and goes, "I have to put him down." I understand. And you know, the rest is history. Well, not very old history, at least. But, you know, I get it, you know. I was prepared for it. It was just at the time, everything was all happening all at once. I've got to probably replace my mic, too. I haven't told you guys about the mic situation, I don't think, but it's you guys might be able to hear it right now, even the crackle. I don't know if you guys hear the crackle or not, but it is horrible when it is happening, and I don't know if it's the mic. My guess is it's probably the mic, but I can't test it yet. We'll have to wait and see. My bad, I guess I passed it to you, sorry. No worries. The fact that he died the day I brought him up proves my bad luck. It's okay. You know, I'm glad it happened when it did, and I'll go ahead and explain why. So, basically, there's a couple of reasons it's good and a couple of reasons it's bad, you know. First off, it's bad because my dad's gonna be alone while we're gone. We were kind of hoping that the cat was going to make it long enough. That way he could be, you know, with my dad while we were away on vacation. My dad can't get away from work long enough to, you know, go with us. And that's okay, because he got to go with us on vacation earlier in the year, so it's okay. But, you know, it's just gonna be a little more quiet and lonely in the house, unfortunately. And, that's okay. That's gonna be okay. But, one thing I don't remember if I've told you guys, but my dog, I used to have a dog, and last time I was at Disney, not last time I was at Disney, but you know, the last time I heard about him was while I was at Disney, and he unfortunately had pneumonia and I think a couple other things, and he didn't make it through that one. And so, you know, every time I'm at Disney World, I was always thinking, you know, it's gonna be incredibly messed up, but you know, the wiener dog, yeah, the wiener dog, that's the one. He unfortunately passed away while we were at Disney a couple years back. It was a while ago, probably about 7 years now, which is insane to believe it's been that long. Gosh, wow. So you know, it's unfortunate you know, he went, but also like it's good that he went. Also, I'm glad he didn't go later because we're gonna be having family over around Thanksgiving. And my nieces and nephew are going to be over, and they're very young, like, you know, 5 and under age. And it would have been really heartbreaking to try to explain to them why, you know, why the cat is not moving or anything like that. So I'm glad that he went when he did. You know, it doesn't necessarily, you know, I'm glad that I don't have to explain that to my nieces and nephew. Really, really glad. I know they were very upset when they heard about how that happened, but like I said, it would have been way worse. So much worse had I had to explain that to them, or, you know, my grandfather, their grandfather, my dad, or their parents, you know. It just would not have been good. Hello, Etiv? I'm probably pronouncing your name wrong, but ET Live. ET Live? Maybe? Anyway, however, ET Live. Okay, thank you. But how are you doing? Welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Glizzy dog. Hey, Uncle Nog, why is Kitty not closing his eyes? Oh, gosh, that would have been horrible. That would have been so bad. Yeah, I know. I'm glad that my mom made the call that she did, even though it was a tough one, you know. It sucks, but, you know, I think it was the right one. Just because it could have been so much worse. Around their age, you know, they already have a good concept on death, unfortunately. You know, they have been around people who are actively, you know, unfortunately on their deathbed kind of situations, and you know, we've created great memories with that, and they, you know, they've unfortunately gotten to see how that, you know, works. But with a cat, you know, they almost treat you differently. A cat is not the same as a person in a child's eyes. It's more important than a person, even. Request cat. Shoot, I can't read. I'm sorry. I've been looking for Bedrock SMPs, and I found your stream. Well, my stream is playable on both Bedrock and Java, so if you'd like to join, you're more than welcome to. Request cat and paste. Yeah, he was. I will say this. There have been a couple of video ideas in my head, but I will likely not do them. And that is simply out of the fact that I'm not gonna milk it. Like, there's a couple of things I would like to milk out of that fact that it's happened, but I didn't get to have my way today. You know, I was actually going to play Valorant for a little bit, and that was going to be part of my excuse. Full disclosure, I cannot play Valorant today. My PC done hates me, so we're not going to play Valorant. But you know what we're going to do? We're going to play Minecraft, and it's going to be okay. But you know, it's that I'm fine with that. Like I said, you know, when it rains, it pours. But when it's raining and pouring, sometimes it's better to not fight the tide, you know? Because you're just gonna get tired, and you're just gonna drown. Just to follow that analogy a little bit more. You know, sometimes it's better to just not fight the tide for a minute. Catch your bearings. Swim off to the side for a little bit. Just go with the flow, you know? And then when, you know, it's done raining and pouring, gather your bearings. Like, I'm trying not to stress too much over the fact that everything, you know, is seemingly against me and falling apart and, you know, all that crap. It is what it is, you know? I'm gonna deal with it, and it's just gonna be what it is. And, I believe, a mentor to me once said something like, you gotta be like a duck in the water. The water will slide right off your back. Like, don't be like a cat in the water. It's like, don't panic, you know, just let that water glide off of you. It didn't make much sense back then, but it kind of makes a lot more sense nowadays, after having lived a little bit. How are we looking here on the build anyway? Honestly, it's kind of looking a little bit lit. I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't mean to brag, but I think I might have some skill here. It's kind of looking fresh. A little bit fresh. Trying to remember, something else happened today. I'm trying to remember what it was. Because it was kind of like awful in the moment. Oh yeah. I touched on it, but I kind of forgot. It was kind of important, and it kind of sucked. So, during my PC crashes, right, at first it was happening because I was trying to render a video. And that video was my 24-hour stream. I have to cut it into 12-hour portions because YouTube won't let you upload a video over 12 hours long anymore. Sucks, but it is what it is. And so I was trying to upload it, and it wasn't letting me, so I was like, okay, we'll just chop it down into 12-hour portions. So I chopped up one of the portions in 12 hours. It was 11 and a half hours, really. And every time I'd click the render, it would get about a minute into the video, and then it would crash. Whole computer would crash. So I got into the computer situation with you guys, just a little bit, but, you know, catch anybody up that's not heard it. Basically, every time I try to use my computer in certain scenarios, it crashes or just, you know, it either crashes or it tells me I can't do that right now. Like with Valorant, for example. Valorant will not allow me to play. It is saying, you know, you have to have Vanguard anti-cheat enabled, and you don't. So restart your computer and it should work. Every time I restart my computer, though, and then try to open up other apps like, say, Discord, sometimes it can crash. It's interesting why it does that. We haven't quite targeted everything, but we think it's a power supply issue. And so, that's like the short story of it. There's a little bit longer of a story. I eventually got the stream to start rendering, right? And, I had been rendering it for about 12 hours. I started it at 4. And it was about 4 in the afternoon. I started at 4 in the morning, 4 in the afternoon. 12 hours, right? And I really wanted to play some Valorant today. Because, you know, things just haven't been going well for me. And so I thought, you know what, treat yourself, right? You'd think that would be okay. However, I was very wrong. Valorant wasn't loading, and so I was like, okay, I'm going to have to restart my computer, but it is what it is. I just want to play Valorant. I'll render out the video later. Well, I decided I'm going to cancel the render in favor of playing Valorant. Right when I hit the stop rendering button, my mom came into the room and she's like, do you want to go eat dinner? And it was too late. It was too late to finish the render. I was an hour and a half away from finishing it. And unfortunately, it was too late to just finish the render and go eat. The look on my face must have been pretty shocking to my mom, because when she came in, she's like, are you okay? Like, I was really bummed out. I will tell you that. I was really bummed out. Joke's on you for thinking you can go, for thinking something could go right for once. Life wants the exact opposite of what you want. Yes, it really does. I didn't sleep well last night, and I can't recall if I told you guys, so I'll go ahead and tell you guys again. So, last night, I was hanging out with some of my friends on call, and I heard a doorbell. Now, it was about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the morning. So you really shouldn't have a doorbell go off at that hour, right? You wouldn't think somebody would ring a doorbell at that hour. But I figured I should check, because it could have been one of the neighbors. I know the neighbors kind of on each side of my house. And so, you know, because some of them are slightly more elderly, I was, you know, a little bit concerned at first. But also, I was still slightly concerned that it could be somebody else. So I picked up my knife, and, I went downstairs, because, you don't want to go down there unprepared, but you also don't want to ignore the problem, because it could be bad, right? So I went down, checked the door, nobody's there. I checked the back door, nobody's there. Check the driveway, no car. I had either imagined the doorbell, or the doorbell has gone bad. Now, our doorbell is brand new. Like, they replaced this when we got here. When we moved here, the guys replaced it. Like, it was replaced 3 years ago, around about. So, unfortunately, I'm either hallucinating it or the doorbell has gone bad way before the expiration date, which isn't likely. So I'm going crazy. This isn't the first time I've heard the doorbell either. So, there's that. When do you ever sleep well, be honest? You're on to something there. You're on to something there, Indigo. Nightfall. I was at his house. King has a gun. I do have a gun, and it is a 9mm with hollow point rounds. You will be stopped in your tracks if you show up at my house. Just throwing that out there. And my mom brought up a very valid point. What was my intention if somebody was at the door? Because to open up the door meant I would have to use the knife, which would mean I put myself in immediate danger. But also, like, at the same time, I felt like I shouldn't ignore the door, right? My mom might think I'm crazy. I don't know. I haven't talked to her too much about it. I think she's going to brush it off and ignore the fact that I heard a doorbell. But I do have a 9mm, yes, and I've also got a shotgun. I've also got a... we have a couple of 9mm, honestly, and they're fun. They're very fun guns to go out and shoot. I've never shot a person, but I am not afraid to if anybody were to show up at my house. So just please save us the despair and the tragedy. Right. King, where are you? In the UK, get your gun. This is America, man. You see, the gun is actually in a place where if I were to go get it, it would wake somebody else up in the house. So, like, it wasn't really my intention to wake up anybody. I just wanted to, you know, be a good neighbor, make sure the neighbors weren't, like, dying of a heart attack or anything, you know? At least that's my excuse. King Crazy, they are very fun to shoot people with. King meant to say yes. That is 1000% what I meant to say. Gosh, you guys are fun. But yeah, you know, a little bit of insanity probably never killed anybody, but we'll see. We'll see. How does this look? A little bit wonky. Let's see if we can fix that. Famous last words. Now that's a title of a My Chemical Romance song, and Famous Last Words might be one of my favorite songs by My Chemical Romance. I don't know, do any of you guys listen to MCR by chance? Probably not. It's more of a early 2000s band, I would say, and you know, I don't think very many of you guys are within that age bracket that would have listened to emo punk, you know, rock, but if you do happen to, you could probably vouch. Famous Last Words, great song. It's definitely up there with like Welcome to the Black Parade and honestly everything on Welcome to the Black Parade. I really do enjoy that album as an entirety. Okay, night. Now, if you don't listen to My Chemical Romance, I don't necessarily recommend you do, especially if you're not, like, in a fairly well mental state. Not because it will induce anything in you, but it'll make you question if you are crazy, just a little bit. One song in particular that I really do enjoy that I have to listen to in moderation because, you know, it's not necessarily one of those songs you should just go on listening to for hours on end. I've done it before. It's a fun song, but it's questionable. It's very questionable. It's called Sleep. And the opening of that song is a monologue from the lead singer about how it felt to record the song or the music in this haunted house that they were in, because that's where they did a recording for one of their albums. And so, you know, it's very eerie, very, very eerie at the beginning. And then the whole song's premise is basically about this guy with some sort of mental illness condition and being unapologetic for all of these horrible things, which is very in line with My Chemical Romance in general, you know. A lot of their songs is about killing somebody and then, you know, not being remorseful, or loving somebody and then killing them so that nobody else can love them. You know, very questionable songs with questionable meanings, but you know, at the end of the day, it's just a song. It's kind of like Pumped Up Kicks. I love the song. I do not love what it is about, though. Um, and I would not necessarily recommend you play that just at any random location. As much of a vibe as it is. What song is not about killing someone? You know, I can name at least one, and that would probably be what was it? Is it like Kissed a Girl by or I Kissed a Girl by Katy Perry? I don't think that one's about killing someone, right? I don't think it is. I can't recall any lyrics in that one about killing somebody or yourself. I probably should clarify. Somebody should also be including yourself. And there's a lot of those songs. Man, you know, I'm kind of realizing famous people are just mentally ill, and that's, you know, that's okay. That's okay. There's nothing wrong with that. Let me clarify. But you know, maybe, you know, it's a little bit concerning. Definitely a little bit concerning. But you know, punk rock is fun. I enjoy it, and that's all that matters, I suppose. I don't know how much of this dirt we're gonna use today, but I'm going to try my absolute darndest to burn through as much of it as possible, so that I don't have to place too much of it later on. I need help. Yeah, you got me looking at my playlist. I need help. Oh boy. What kind of music do you like, Indigo? I'm curious, or Nightfall. I know you're both the same person, but I like to try to call you by the right name on the same platforms. But what kind of music do you enjoy? I'm curious. See, I fall into like the punk rock, classic rock, and I like just any kinds of rock, honestly. Even modern rock is okay. Pop rock, you know, that kind of stuff is okay. I'm content with it. You just saying to go. Yeah, that will work. That'll do. I will say this. I have been getting into some other music styles a lot more recently. I like let me see. Let me see what some of the more recent songs were that I listened to. So we'll go to Spotify here. Right. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Are we good? We good? Yes. Okay. My computer is starting to buzz a little bit. A little bit scary. But first of all, Pumped Up Kicks is on my playlist. So okay, but Pumped Up Kicks is a jam. Okay? It is a jam. So I like a song called Fire by Dead by Sunrise, and that song is a song about how somebody is not with you, they are probably dead. Is kind of the presumed lyric there choice, and you know, they are with you wherever you go. And the lead singer of that, Chester Bennington, also does a lot of songs. Well, because he was lead singer of, shoot, Linkin Park. And Linkin Park has a lot of that kind of music too. Creep by Radiohead. I will not explain the lyrics on that one. Then you got Hey There Delilah by Plain White Tees. Absolute bop, but you know, I think we're starting to get the idea of what my musical tastes here are. Alone Together by Fall Out Boy. I love Fall Out Boy, man. They're great. Green Day, The Killers, Taylor Swift, 1,000 Miles by Vanessa Carlton. Great song there. Disenchanted by My Chemical Romance. Got some Death Cab for Cutie. I'll Follow You in the Dark. Great song. Highly recommend it. Um, Blink 182, yeah. Yeah, there's definitely some music on here that probably indicates that I'm probably in an emo phase again, which whatever, you know, it's okay. Fall Out Boy is very pog, yes, very very pog. Most songs by Grandson. I don't know if I know any songs by Grandson. Alec Benjamin, he's great. He's awesome. Uh, Guns N' Roses, a little bit of, I didn't even know I was listening to Guns N' Roses, but apparently I have been. Probably when I'm asleep, honestly. Set it off. Man, I I don't know if I've listened to any Set It Off in a while. It's been a minute. It's been a very long minute. Let me add one of those to my queue, just so when I get back on the Spotify tonight, I'll listen to it again and I'll remember, oh yeah, that's why I like this band, you know? It's been a minute. It's been a long, long minute. Okay. Man. Yeah, I would say my music taste is probably more so on the emo scale, which whatever. I don't know how well they found me. Now who found you exactly? Do I have firework rockets anywhere? That's the name of the band. Oh, okay, okay. I don't think I've heard them then. That name doesn't sound very familiar to me. I may have heard one of their songs though. 30 Seconds to Mars. I don't know if you heard them. They're great. Um, there's another band out there that I'm trying to recall the name of, and it's not clicking in my head, unfortunately. I gotta say again, I highly recommend The Killers. I know a lot of people don't like them, and most of the criticisms that I've heard of their band is, you know, very, very fair, but they do have a couple of bangers, and you know, highly recommend it. Coldplay, dude, I flippin' love Coldplay. I was in the top point. Gosh, I might have been into the top 1% of Coldplay listeners one year on Spotify. Let me see. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna look it up. Been a long time since I've been that avid of a listener to Coldplay, just because I've been busy. But let's see. Would have been around December 2020, I think. Yeah. I had streamed Coldplay for a total of 5,166 minutes. 5,166. Divide that by 60 for your hours. That's 86 hours, or 3.5 days worth of listening to Coldplay. Gosh. Now that's not my only Spotify Wrapped either. December of 2021 should have another wrap, right? I'm not seeing it though. That's in March. Where was the Spotify Wrapped that year? Guess it could have been in November, but it doesn't look like it was. Hmm. Okay. Then I have the classic Panic at the Disco and Imagine Dragons. Dude, I love Imagine Dragons. My Spotify Wrapped back in 2022, I used to listen to a lot of Taylor Swift. Looks like I don't have her on here very much, but that's okay. Oh, dude, I forgot about Twitch Wrapped. Twitch Recap. I can't wait for Twitch Recap this year, dude. It's gonna be sick. Oh no, Indigo. Oh no. Earth, Wind, and Fire, dude. Gotta have some September there, you know. Yeah, Panic at the Disco. House of Memories. Learned how to play that one on guitar once. It was lots of fun. I don't know if I could still do it, but it's a lot of fun. And you know, just a great group all around. I like how this is shaping up because when you're walking into it, everything's getting taller around you. So it's going to make the area feel more large and almost like you're not supposed to be here sort of deal. And that's kind of what I want. I want it to be somewhat imposing when you're here. Like, you're like, oh, I kind of walked into the wrong side of town deal. And so that's kind of what I'm shooting for, I think. One day, I really want to learn how to sing properly, so we could do a real guitar stream where I can actually just play what I want to play and then sing what I want to sing, you know? I don't sing very well, so it's one of those things where if I have my guitar backing me up, and if I could learn how to sing, I think it would be okay. But in order to learn the method of singing, I probably need to be willing to spend some money and also some time, which likely means we're gonna be waiting until next year, unfortunately. Next year I intend to start taking some time out of the schedule on, you know, on my stream schedule. And unfortunately, you know, that's okay, because like I'm not opposed to it. I'm pretty understanding of the, you know, the fact that, you know, I'm spending a lot of time on it, and Wednesdays just aren't fulfilling, I suppose is the term I'm going to use here. So it's better to just, you know, wipe out Wednesdays and make, you know, Tuesdays and Thursdays better, because I'll have more rest on a Wednesday. And, you know, there's still going to be surprise Wednesday streams. I'm still going to occasionally try to surprise you guys, even with weekend streams, right? Got my stuff. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, yeah, this is fine. This is fine. I don't know. Did any of you guys see the new Minecraft news that they put out about the trial chambers? They kind of did a, like, sneak peek on Minecraft.net. I haven't gotten a good chance to look at it yet, because I've just been so busy today. But it's looking actually pretty cool from the little screenshots that I've seen. And I really wanted to make a video about it, but I'm unfortunately gonna just be too busy, it looks like, which sucks, but it is what it is. I don't know why, but people absolutely snooze on old music. I know! Like, honestly, literally, throw on Old Time Rock and Roll, the song. That one is a jam, man. Or Queen, or like, you know, anything 80s. I love 80s music. And I think a lot of that also is influenced from the fact that that's what my mom I grew up listening to as a kid. And so, you know, well, not as a kid, but more so as a teenager. And so, you know, that's what she listens to a lot. Bill Withers, yes! 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 1,000 times yes. Uh, I love listening to older music. Another one that a lot of people sleep on. Frank Sinatra. I know there's a lot of people who you know babble on and on about him, but there's a lot of people that will say, "Oh yeah, I like Frank," and then just don't talk about him ever again. And it's like, okay, come on, come on, come on now. My man had a voice, really, really good voice too. I mean, another great artist that gets slept on a lot because of his one major hit, Rick Astley. Poor guy only gets a lot of publicity on like maybe three of his songs, two of his songs really. And that would be Together Forever and Never Gonna Give You Up. But he has so many other great songs, and he's done a couple of really good covers too. And the man has a great voice. I don't know if any of you guys have heard his cover of Everlong by Foo Fighters, but his cover is honestly one of my favorite versions of the song. And when I play on my acoustic to practice Everlong, I play his version just because I like it that much. I know, right? That must suck. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's kind of been reduced down to a meme, and like you said, sometimes I listen to him unironically. Like his Never Gonna Give You Up is legitimately a bop, and I don't care what anybody says. I would die on that hill. That is a song that I love so much, and I want it to be played at my wedding. In fact, I accidentally played it today. While I was fixing my guitar, I had accidentally snapped two of my strings. And so I was trying to string up the rest of the guitar so I could at least, you know, I hold on the not the bridge, but the what's the other piece of the guitar? It's the thing you run your strings into. I can't remember what it's called though. But anyway, it falls off if I don't have at least one guitar string strung on there. So I went and strung up the rest of the strings. So I have 4 on there right now. And I didn't even tune it properly. I just put the strings on there and tightened them a little bit. And I accidentally figured out how to play Never Gonna Give You Up on that poorly tuned instrument. And it's kind of hilarious. You know, that's at least worth something to me. But you know, it's one of those songs. I just love it so much. And Together Forever fits in so well right after Never Gonna Give You Up, or even right before. And yes, like I said, I would be willing to. I want that song to play at my wedding one day. It's gonna happen. I don't care. It is legit going to happen, and if my future wife would have a problem with it, then the truth is she doesn't have good music taste, and that's sucks to be her. She's just gonna have to deal with it, because marriage is partially sacrifice, and I'm not sacrificing Rick Astley over this one. Because here's the thing, Rick Astley has never given me up, let me down. He's never run around or deserted me. So why should I do the same to him? Yeah, you know? Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. That's a little bit of it lit up. I should have lit this all up before I started covering everything, because now it's gonna be a pain. But it's okay. I'm trying to think of some other things to add to the terrain up there to make it interesting, and I think I might possibly add like a frozen waterfall somewhere. That would actually be kind of sick. So I'm debating it. Okay. I'll just light up what needs to be lit for now, and it'll be fine. Ow. Perhaps it's also time to claim up my area again. Cause it's not exactly, claimed like it needs to be. Any instrument you would like to learn? I really want to learn how to play the piano. And, you know, that's high up on my list. And there are apps out there that claim to be able to teach you. I want to maybe possibly document that process and try to, you know, prove if any of them work or don't work. You know, Simply Piano exists. And that's one of them. And then Duolingo added a course on how to read sheet music. But they're also teaching you how to use a keyboard and find notes on the keyboard. So I'm going to attempt to use that maybe at some point. I was taught that in elementary, middle school. That's one of those things, like I said, it would be so cool because you can play literally anything on a piano. And it's one of those other things where, like, you can pretty much go anywhere and find a piano within, you know, a couple 100 feet, which is really nice. Whereas, like, with guitar, you have to take it with you, and I feel like they both do different jobs, definitely. But with a piano, like, also, music production becomes a whole lot easier. Like, if I wanted to, you know, really start dialing into my music production side, I want to, you know, eventually I want to make games. It would be a whole lot better if I could, you know, make my own music than have to pay somebody else. There are pianos in some airports, yeah. In airports, malls, You know, and if you're not at a mall, sometimes there are like music stores nearby. So like if you're just out with friends and messing around, you could go, hey, do you want to go hit up the music store and play stuff? And then, you know, just play on the piano a little bit. And then, you know, I intend to pick up the guitar every once in a while as well. And, you know, we could jam out at a music store. That would be so much fun. I've got a lot of friends who are talented, and that's one of those ideas that when we're all together, at some point I want to go to a music store with them and we're just gonna play stuff. It's gonna be so much fun. As for forgetting things, I have forgotten how to read sheet music. I used to be able to read it, but I stopped reading it because there was just no point. Everything on guitar you can read by little numbers and a line instead of, you know, the dots and the lines. And so I forgot how to play by reading at least traditional sheet music. I learned how to play guitar tabs instead. And then I can also kind of play by ear, but I'm not the greatest with that yet. I'm still learning. And I think it's, you know, I think music is one of those skills everybody should learn. At least some amount of music. It doesn't even have to be like a full-on instrument, but I think if you can learn how to play at least, you know, 3 or 4 chords on some sort of instrument, you're going to be better off anyway. Not just because, like, you know, not because, like, it's just, you know, you know, you have a party trick, like, oh yeah, I can play Staying Alive by the Bee Gees on a flute, or whatever, I don't know. You know, some weird, you know, thing like that, but, you know, it's impressive, but also, it's something that you could build upon later on. Like, I never would have guessed that, you know, 10 years ago now, probably a lot longer ago, honestly, that I'd be where I am now with my guitar. Or guitars. I have 2 now. But I'm planning on getting a third too. Soon. In the near future, I'd like a third. But, you know, I think everybody's better off with some of that musical talent. Because you can build up upon it. The things I remember, because I had tried to pick up guitar once before, and I wasn't getting it quite right, and I just didn't stick with it. But I was able to remember 4 or 5, maybe even 6 chords, and so I could play a lot of those songs at the beginning. So I wasn't even considered a beginner, and I hadn't touched the guitar in like 3 years. And you know, my music teacher at the time, he was like, wow, you know, you said you were probably gonna be a beginner, but honestly, you're kind of closer to intermediate. Like, oh, okay. And now I think nowadays on his scale, I would probably be advanced to expert, but not quite pro. Definitely not quite pro. And you know, that's okay. I would like to one day get to pro, but I'm still cutting up my fingers on those strings, you know? Today actually I cut my my finger open, and I was playing. I wasn't even just you know, toying around with it. I accidentally just slid my finger across one of the strings, and I did it a couple too many times, and boom, blood. I was like, oh, that's cool. I did it again. I always wondered if Staying Alive was made to the beat of a heart on purpose. I don't know. I would imagine, but if not, that's an awesome coincidence, honestly, because it's one of those songs that everybody knows, and it's very helpful when you're trying to save a life, weirdly enough, you know? Hey, Jam, how's it going? Good to see you, man. We're just hanging out on my Minecraft server for a little bit. Talking about music and all that good stuff. Long time no see. Yeah, it tends to be that way, but it's all good. I've been keeping busy, and I'm sure everybody else has as well. Okay, this is looking good so far. Actually, let's get a quick overhead view. I want to see this. Yeah. I like how that's looking. This is going to be an insane project once it's done, guys. I can't wait. I got a notification, speaking of music, I got a notification on my phone. The Twitch CEO has started streaming again. He streams. He streamed before he was CEO as well, I believe. So he's well aware of issues on the platform, and he's a music streamer as well. And so he goes by the name DJ Clancy. And if he's still live at the end of the stream, I kind of want to raid him, maybe, possibly, just to see what his streams are like. I follow him, but I don't ever have time to watch him. So if he's still live after tonight, we might pop in and say hello to him. You know what? Since we're talking about him, the least I could do is shout out him. I don't know what he's up to right now, but I think he's doing some music stuff. I think that's how you spell his name. Let me double check that. But yeah, no, he actually streams on Twitch. And so I feel like that's partially why I like this guy a lot more. He's pretty sick. Yeah. There's a shout out for him. If you guys haven't checked him out before, well, now you can. And one of my friends is also live, so I'm gonna go pop over there and lurk.
We're headed to the playground.
Mute that, thank you. All right. And one of my other friends is also live at the moment, so we're gonna also open up that in a new tab and lurk him as well. I have so many friends that are live, man. I wish I could watch them. I really do. I really do. Okay, there we go. Hey, Deku, how's it going? It's good to see you again, dude. How's life? It's been a long while. That's okay. I remember you. Good. I'm glad to hear it. It's follow age. Yeah, there you go. 1 year, 6 months, and 3 hours. Gosh, it's been that long. Interesting. How are you? I'm doing well. We've been through a lot lately. But I'm still standing, you know. So, you know, it's all good. We're fine. I just finished listening to Now and Then by Beatles. I haven't listened to that one yet. I've heard great things, though. I've heard it's a very well done song. And I've been meaning to go take a listen at some point, but I've been busy. I just got done on Saturday, Saturday time. I had done my 24-hour stream for hitting 1,000 followers, and now here we are, just a couple days later, just trying to get, you know, a little bit of this project finished. And man, I'm excited about that. I love this project, and I think there's so much potential with it. Man, I like vacations. I really do. I'm taking a vacation, for context to anybody out there. I'm taking a vacation starting tomorrow. But man, am I gonna miss streaming. That's one thing I've always struggled with whenever I leave the house, is like, I can't stream while I'm away. I need to get a laptop, honestly, and then I can stream from that as well, but it is what it is. But anyway, you know, I miss streaming a lot. And this time I'm gonna be away for about 2 weeks, which is not fun. Welcome back, Deku. Give me a nice little wave there. If you do get a laptop, HP and see, I like HP makes some good stuff. Dell and Alienware. And I forgot 1 second. No worries, no worries. But yeah, I like Dell. Alienware makes some good stuff. Lenovo has great products. I loved my Lenovo laptop so much. Unfortunately, that one went ka-thunk on me, and that led to me making this PC, but Lenovo is great, man. Yes. MSI is also pretty good. I don't know if you guys have had any of their products. I haven't had an MSI before, but my friend had one, and he was like, one of the best purchases I've ever made, man. Lenovo is beefy. Heck yeah. Insane laptops, man. Absolutely insane. Hello. That's what I was thinking of. Yeah, yeah. I don't know which one I would go for. Honestly, it kind of comes down to price and performance. With a laptop, my intent wouldn't be to do much with it unless I'm away or, you know, I'm needing help. What's going on? There you go. But you know, I don't intend on using. Oh, sorry, that probably echoed through. I am so sorry for slapping the mic, guys. Do you have looting on your sword? Yes, yes, I do. But yeah, if I do get a laptop, I probably won't use it a ton. Besides when I'm away, or if I need to use my main computer, I'm gonna have 2 computers at some point. That's why there's so many errors. Yeah, yeah, that would be why. But you know, I don't want to have to use my other computers if I can avoid it. So I might be using my laptop for things like, oh yeah, I'm going to upload, you know, insert video here with my laptop this time, and then, you know, whatever. What's your laptop budget? Likely what it'll be is anywhere from, it's hard to say. I haven't kept up with laptop prices in a while. It's got to have an RTX card in it, and it's probably going to have to be an RTX. Let me see how much the 40 series is. If they have an RTX 40 series card, and it may not be bad. You also have to think of storage. Yeah, that's the other big one. Let me see what gaming laptops go for nowadays. Because I'm used to pre-inflation prices, and nowadays, you know, laptops are probably way more expensive than what they used to be. So I want an RTX at least in it, and it's gonna be probably 30 series or above. So ideally an RTX 3070, or above, really. Do we have any 3070 flats? Yes, okay. And 3080s as well. We'll skip the RTX 4050. I don't feel too comfortable with the 4050, to be honest, but let's see what this looks like. Is RTX 3080 good? The 3080 is pretty good, yeah. My RTX 3070 is a step below, and it can handle running Starfield and streaming at the same time. And Starfield is one of those games that's often said to be resource intensive. So if I were to buy a laptop today with some specs that I wanted, let's see. MSI has one that has 32 gigs of RAM, an Intel i7 13620H, RTX 4070, and 1 terabyte of SSD for $1,500. Pretty expensive. Lenovo has one with a step down in terms of graphics card and 16 gigs of RAM instead, and a AMD processor for $1,300. I try to stay away from Asus and Gigabyte just because I'm not super familiar with their stuff. Razer is overpriced, I'm sorry. Do they have any, like, Alienware is, expensive, especially for what that is. Yeah, we're not gonna go with that one. This is just Best Buy as well. Let me see if they have any in the budget PC market. So that would be, like, HP, as well as the HP Omen line. They have an HP... Oh, well, now they got rid of those. Okay. And Dell. Dell is also kind of in the budget market, I would say. So for a Dell... Or no, let's scroll down here for a minute. I want to start from low to high, right? Just to see what their lowest PC rate now is. So an HP Victus gaming laptop that has 16 gigs of RAM. It's a RTX 4060 card, and it has a 512 gigabyte SSD. Probably expandable in storage space is about $1,500. So actually, I would probably consider going actually with an Asus. Dell is mid. They're not necessarily mid. It's just one of those brands you do need to be careful of. Like, my brother has a Dell, and the only thing he regrets about it is the fact that he spent less on it because it was cheaper, and he didn't go with an HP. And the reason he didn't go with the HP was because it was more expensive, but he wants the HP instead because of the fact that it had a slightly better warranty, and then also it had more storage space. He went with one that only had a 512 gigabytes of SSD storage, and I've offered to upgrade him in the storage department, and he's thinking about it. But I think he's intending to just go ahead and replace it because his laptop is almost 3 years now. So it's probably due for a replacement. Gaming devices, man, I really wish they'd last longer, but honestly, once you get past 3 years, you're kind of on a miracle for a lot of those parts, especially if you use it day in and day out, like what I do and what he does. I mean, with a laptop, you could probably get by for maybe 6 years if you take good care of it and you're not doing, like, the biggest games. Like, if you're trying to play new games, though, forget it. You gotta have a new one every 3 years or so. So, you know, when it comes to laptops, I'm struggling with those, because, like, I would kind of be interested in trying to build one, but it's hard to find PC manufacturers who will sell you parts for a laptop. Not really. You can just change the parts. True. For the most part, you can. The problem with, like, laptops, though, is, like, they'll solder on some of those pieces. So, for example, a lot of laptops, like my brother's laptop, for example, the Dell, the graphics card is supposed to be soldered on to the motherboard. And so, unfortunately, you can't, like, just swap out the graphics card or the motherboard if it's damaged. You have to get a whole new unit for that, which is, like, you know, not my favorite thing. Can I send a link, a recommendation? Please. Please do, man. You won't be able to send it in Twitch, because it'll probably block your link or delete your message. If you're a part of Discord, you can DM it to me, or if you want, you can post it in Minecraft chat, too. It's up to you, man. Is this good? Let me pull it up here. Let's see. That's over here. Lenovo business display i7. Let me send you on Discord. Please do. Please. I think I found it, but I'm not 1000% sure. And if it's the one I think it is, it looks. I mean, 1 terabyte PCIe and NVMe. That's a pretty good one. 32 gigs of RAM. I think it does run on integrated graphics, which isn't the worst. But you know, it wouldn't run things like, say, Starfield, or probably wouldn't run other things similar to, you know, AAA titles. But you know, if it can run on an integrated graphics card, you're fine. Like, for example, I actually don't have an integrated graphics card. I really should have gotten one that was incorporated into the chip, because now I can't do, like, CPU encoding on my streaming software. I thought I had integrated graphics, but it does not. Do you play Starfield? I do, just not often on stream, just because it does lag occasionally, and it only lags on stream. And I believe that is due to the fact that DLSS hasn't come to Starfield yet. When it does, though, I'm gonna give it another shot and see if we can play. But yeah, I love Starfield, man. I can't wait till people can come out with, like, multiplayer mods, because you know I'm gonna be playing those. I'm gonna get a couple of my homies some Starfield action. It's gonna be fun. Oh, I want to talk to you guys a little bit more about my bad luck today. This is a skill issue more so than anything. I cut my nails today, my fingernails, but I cut them too short. And now they're, like, you know, my nail beds are very red and they hurt. You know, like I said, when it rains, it pours. When it rains, it pours. But it's okay, like I said, because sometimes you just gotta roll with it. Roll with the punches. Why? I hate when that happens. Yeah, it is what it is, but you know, I'm not exactly the smartest guy, I guess. I accidentally touched broken glass and my finger gushed out some blood. Ooh, I'm sorry, man. Not fun. Not fun. Definitely not fun at all. Shoot. Hang on. I'm just gonna have to go do that after stream. My mom asked me earlier today if I could go out and get some coolers out of the garage. She's not a huge fan of me doing this, but I'm just gonna have to go do it when it's like 2 in the morning instead of doing it now. It's gonna be dark outside, and she's not a huge fan of when I'm out after dark, but it's okay. It's okay. I'll take my knife with me just in case. It's fine. But we need the coolers, so unless somebody else brought them in for her, I'll go do it. How dare you worry your mommy? No, she won't know is the thing. You see, well, she'll know because moms always know, but like, she won't know, you know? Ooh, lag. 365 ping. That's 1 ping for every day of the year. Fantastic. Okay. You sent me a message, right? Yes. Let me accept that, and then let's visit the page here. All right. So we got a Lenovo V15 here. Has an AMD Ryzen 5 with 12 gigs of RAM and 1 terabyte of SSD. That's not the worst. It does come with a pro copy of Windows 11, which is a bonus. And honestly, for only $540, it's not bad. Now, it is integrated graphics, so you won't have like you know, an NVIDIA card or anything in there, but you know, it will probably suffice for things like, say, Minecraft or just doing chatting streams or whatever, you know. I am curious. Do they have... Doesn't look like they've specified here. 1 terabyte SSD is not bad in the slightest. That's actually really good. But I'm trying to see if they'll let you upgrade your 1 terabyte to something else. It doesn't say if there's any other PCIe M2 slots available or not. My mom could barely afford my $50 laptop. I get that. My parents would never be able to afford laptops for all of us besides for graduation gifts. And when I graduated from high school, they got me a 3D printer because that's what I had asked for. And I appreciate that so very much. Okay, 2 terabyte PCI. Why does it say 2 terabyte here, but 1 terabyte elsewhere? That's concerning. I assume you can get up to 2 terabytes. It is still running on DDR4. DDR5 is the newer standard that's coming out. But you won't have to worry about DDR4 being super slow, honestly. Most programs aren't even able to take advantage of the full capacity of DDR5. So with this laptop, you're not in too much danger. Now, I haven't been able to find any specifications on if you could like upgrade the storage capacity on it, but honestly, 1 terabyte of SSD ain't bad. It really isn't. I mean, you could go a little bit higher with the 2 terabyte for an extra $80, but you know, honestly, oh, and you know, it doesn't just stop there. So you would also get 24 gigs of RAM. With 24 gigs of RAM and 2 terabyte SSD, you're able to beef up on some tech specs there. That one might not be bad. Can I tell you the specs of my laptop? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. The last 3 laptops I had broke within a year, so, ooh, that's rough. That is very rough. I can only run 4 chunks of Minecraft Fantasy without lagging. Oof. Intel i3. Ah, I see. That's starting to explain some things. UHD graphics, 620. I'm curious about the RAM. I'm very curious about the RAM. Uh, 512 HDD. Ooh. An HDD is not great, especially at 512. That one does hurt. 4 gigs of RAM. Okay. So basically, your operating system is eating up like probably 2.5 gigs of RAM alone, leaving you 1.5 to deal with on any program. So if you have like an internet browser open at the same time as Minecraft, forget it. You can forget it. Especially if it's Google. Like my guy, Google eats up so much RAM. So like for example, I run Brave. Now, a lot of people look down on me for using Brave, and to each their own, whatever. You can say what you want. There are some definite things that could be wrong with it, and I acknowledge that. I have currently open 104 tabs. That browser only takes up 2 gigs of RAM. It's not bad at all. It's not bad at all. It's actually not bad. Yeah, no, it's a great browser. I will say, yes, there are some questionable things about it. Like, if it is important to you to not support cryptocurrencies or NFTs in any sort of way, yeah, you may not want to, get Brave, because that is one of their things. You get crypto for using their service. But it's one of those things. I don't think it's necessarily wrong, because you could go to Google Chrome and they're going to be supporting things that you don't support anyway. So like, at some point in time, you just kind of go, yeah, it is what it is. Let's see. Bro, they need to chill on the roasts about it. It's not bad. Can you help me get a $200 budget laptop that can do better than this? Find one, not get one. The find one. So, Google something else. Oh, for real, dude. Let me think. Laptop prices are a little bit different than what I remember them being, so I might be a little bit off here. You might be able to go with an AMD processor instead. Those tend to be a little bit cheaper. So I would look at things that are like AMD Ryzen 5s. You probably could get by with 8 gigs of RAM for a $200 laptop. I don't know how old you are, so I'm not going to assume around about how long it needs to last, but on average, most laptops probably last 3 to 4 years. So if you're in line to get a job at some point, if you can save up $200, get yourself a PC that holds you over until you can get a job to pay for a better one. That's what I would do. But again, that's all circumstantial, and whatever you got to do to make your life work, don't worry about it. I would definitely look into making sure you can get an SSD of some kind, even if it's just 512. Your operating system will load a whole lot faster. Your games will load faster. I would see if you could bump it up to a terabyte, possibly even 2. Well, that might be pushing it. Let me see. Hypothetically, this PC that I'm thinking of. Let me see if we can find one. We're gonna go to Amazon. Okay, laptop. All right, so I want a laptop that is a maximum of $200. And what I also wanted to do is I want let's see, RAM size 8 or 16 gigs. Where is it? It's 16. There we go. 32 is probably gonna be too much to ask for, but it's fine. We're gonna throw that on there as well, just in case. And Google something else. Also, I make Roblox YouTube videos occasionally. Is there a PC that can do good with that? With videos, that one's rough. So you're probably gonna want a laptop that has, like, in that case, more cores and more threads than faster gigahertz speeds. When it comes to, like, your processor. Because that means you're multitasking when you do game recordings and stuff. So your CPU is going to be going, okay, how do I split this up enough so that it's not going to absolutely fry the system here? Is a quad core good? A quad core ain't bad. A quad core is not bad. I don't know if it would do what you want it to. It would all depend on its speeds and its threads. So if it's a quad core with 16 threads, that would be a pretty good CPU. For reference, my CPU is a Ryzen 9, and it is a 12-core processor with 24 threads per core. And then it has a 4.15 gigahertz speed. So it is definitely a beefy processor, but I've never had any issues with it. I've only maxed it out once, and that was when I was trying to max it out. So, you know, the more threads, the better, really, in my opinion. Bro W, look at this. Look at what I sent you. Dell Latitude. This is 16 gigabytes of DDR4, Intel 8th Gen, quad core, with 256 SSD. Okay. So, that's actually not bad. I would see if you could scrounge together an extra $10 to get the 512 gigabyte SSD. You'll love yourself just for saving up the extra 10. But if you can't, you know, again, you do what you gotta do. Let's see. Let me see what they've got about this i5 model. So the processor is a quad core, but it's not giving me a whole lot more information on it. I might have to look it up. Yeah, let me look it up real quick. Let's see. Intel 8th Gen. Look that up. Okay. That is a 8 thread. So it probably would run okay, and because of the you know, base processing speeds, it is a little bit questionable, but when you're actually plugging it in, it should, you know, it should boost the speed by a lot, so that should be good. I'm getting that when I get into housing. Honestly, that is a good laptop right there. And it is a refurb, so definitely, you know, you'll at least know it should work because somebody has actually tested it. And it may not, you know, be the greatest, but it should definitely hold you over for a while. Here's your hydrating tab. There we go. But yeah, definitely refurbs are honestly not bad. It may only last you, you know, 2 years as opposed to 3 or 4. But, you know, over that time, and this is what I'm a huge proponent of, and if you can, over the time of having that PC, save. And so, you know, say you're getting an allowance. I don't know how old you are, Deku, and you don't need to tell me. But, say you're getting an allowance or whatever, and, you're getting like $10 a month or whatever, that's 20 months to save up for a new laptop there. And, uh, you know, so that gives you an extra, what is it, 4? No. Yeah, 4 months. That would be, something else. My parents are too poor for that. That's okay. That's okay. I get that. I didn't get an allowance either. I every bit of money I got was honestly just from birthdays and Christmas. And with that money, I was able to save up and buy what was it that I bought that was really big? I'd bought like I'd saved up for like 2, 3, maybe 4 years with my birthday and Christmas money. Didn't spend a dime of it. And I was able to save up $700. And I didn't get to spend all of that, but I did spend about 100 on a couple of games and set aside all the rest in savings. And then when I got a job, that 700 had already become like a decent chunk of change. It was kind of awesome. So, save up wherever you can. It will surprise you how much money you do come in contact with. For example, like I said, my parents couldn't afford to give us it took, my parents couldn't afford to give us a allowance and also do all the other things we do. So they're like, we can either give you an allowance or we'll just pay for you to be able to go out and watch a movie or, this or that. And so, I get that. Like, I felt that, It's, it's rough. It's rough trying to save. I get it. But if you can, you know, even picking up like small odd jobs, I don't know, you say you've got elderly neighbors or something, and maybe they're willing to pay you to go grocery shopping for them, and so you could even become a DoorDasher. I don't know how old the age limit is on that, probably over 18, but essentially you become a DoorDasher for elderly people in your area who need somebody to go to the grocery store for them, or you paint people's porches because they need their deck repainted, or you wash people's cars, or odd jobs. It's awkward at first when you start doing it, but you know if you can pick up like a side hustle, and then just be honest with the people that you're talking to. You're like, because this is the thing about old people. They love it when they have a young person come in and say, I am trying to raise money for this. Is there anything I can do to help you? Like, I was going on a trip one time and I needed to raise money. And so I walked up and I was making chocolate covered strawberries to help raise funds for this trip. And so I would walk up and I would say, hello, Miss Cheryl. I have a trip coming up this summer, and I need to help. I need to raise funds. And to kind of help with funds, I was wondering, would you like to buy a box of chocolate strawberries? For half a dozen, it's $7. Or actually, I think for half a dozen, it was 6. I don't remember. No, it was actually cheaper. It was $4 for half a dozen, and then for a full dozen, it was 6. And then, you could buy 2 dozen for $10. And, you have to figure out your profit margins and stuff. But when I gave them the reason on why I was selling the chocolate strawberries, I made more sales because some people were just willing to buy stuff just for the sake of, this kid wants to go somewhere. I want to. I like that he's taking initiative, trying to, you know, raise money and such. Go to school, you can set up a snack market. Snack markets are insane. It's gonna take me 1.5 years to get a job. That's okay. At least I'm getting a VR for Christmas or refurb. Hey, that's awesome, man. When it comes to put savings, put it somewhere where you can see it to get rid of the temptation to spend it. It's good to be able to see it, but yeah, definitely, you know, one of my favorite things that I've ever learned about saving money was the envelope method. So even if you don't have like a savings account for a bank, have an envelope. Put your cash into that, and write on the envelope what that money is for. So if you have a hard time saving, you know, write on there, computer fund. So when you are looking at it and you're debating whether or not you want to take out $5 to buy a candy bar, yo, that's for my computer. I don't need it. I don't need a candy bar. That's for my computer. You're actively associating that money with the object before you even have it. It helps. It's helped me before, and it's helped some of my friends. So that's an option if you need. My mom would never let me do that. That's fair. I get it. Wait, do you make money? Okay, so I make some money here on Twitch. Now, is it enough for me to pay my bills? By no means. By no means. But I do make enough that I can kind of scrape by for the time being. Here, let me see if I can pull it up. I don't mind sharing this stuff with you guys because you guys are the reason I can do this. So in the last 30 days here on Twitch, I have made $70.50. Now, the reason I can make that much is simply because I did a 24-hour stream and you guys were insanely kind and generous. I mean, I made $15 in bits during that stream. And, you know, a couple of gifted subs and some ad revenue. And you guys were insane. You take that off of there, and I made $43. And it was, you know, it was insane. You know, even $43 is half my bills right there. $70.50. That's well, 7/10 of my bills. I owe $100 a month. I can almost say I'm full time with the amount I made this month. You know, for that I'm grateful to you guys. But also, you know, that gives you a ballpark range. I've been doing this for 2 and a couple of months, 2 years and a couple of months, and that's where I'm at. So it's not a lot of money to be made here unless you are really good at marketing and, you know, your heart is in the right place. You know, I've been doing this 6 hours a day, every weekday for the past 2 years. And, you know, this is where I'm at. So, you know, if that helps you with a frame of reference, I do make a little bit of money, but not a ton. If you go to school, you can set up a snack market. If you're over 14 or 15, I think you can get a cash shop and they give you a free card. Yes, they do. They do. Respect the grind. Thank you so much, Abda. I appreciate it. I have perhaps a large request, and it's not asking for you to buy me a laptop. I'm interested. You know, if you need to shoot me a DM or anything, let me know. Whatever you need, man. Just let me know. I don't drink coffee. I do. Luckily I don't have to pay for my own coffee. My parents kindly provide that. Well, really my aunt. She gives me a lot of coffee. She works at a homeless shelter, and a lot of that stuff is about to expire, so she'll bring it in to there was
Hello there.
there was like a lot of times there's like coffee that they get in there, and it's going to go bad. So she brings it to us instead because it's like they can't use it there. Right? Once it's within a month of expiration date, then it's kind of like, okay, we can't use all this. It's time to start giving it away to other families, and so we oftentimes get that kind of stuff. And so that's been really good for us. Thank you for the follow. A questionable blipping. Gosh, you're. Hello there, General Kenobi. You are a bold one. A questionable being. There we go. I can say that. But welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate it. Is there any way I can do something for you for Cash App or PayPal? At the moment, I'm not 1000% sure. Because I'm kind of at a crossroads at the moment with where I'm at. But I'll let you know for sure if I do find anything. Just the truth, many of us stream 200 plus hours and know the pay is not all that. Yeah, no, I mean, if you guys want to know how much I do here, in the last month, I've streamed 109 hours. I've not even made $1 an hour streamed. And that includes a 24-hour stream that boosted the revenue and the hours, but boosted the revenue. I can run it at 1.20. Yes, this server runs on any version between 1.9 all the way up to 1.20.2. The server itself is running 1.20.1. Clearly we don't do it for the pay. Yeah, no. If I was in it for the pay, guys, I would be out of it a long time ago. Now there are those people that can do it for the pay, and I'm jealous of them. But for every hour you see me here streaming, there's probably another hour being spent in other places, like being on YouTube or being on Twitter and Discord and trying to network so we can make this work and make around $100 or so. Yeah, I mean, it's insane. The pay can be lucrative here, but realistically, you're not gonna make anything, no matter how long you stream. And you know, it's fun. That's how I can justify it. You know, I'd love for it to pay my bills. Hello? Are we okay? Are we back? I dropped connection for a second there, but I think we're okay now. You there? I'm here. Okay. I think we're fine. Yes? Okay. Awesome. So let's see. Truth, unless you have 5,000 views and 10% subs. Yeah, I mean, 500 subs, for example. Here in the US, 500 subs would give you $1,250. That is around about, you know, per month. That could be a livable wage, I would say, because I mean, you're looking at 15,000 a year. You could live on that, especially if you're a young person by yourself. It would be barely making ends meet if you're living by yourself, not with your parents. If you're living with your parents, you are golden if you can make that much money. If you live in a rural area, then you could also probably afford to even live on your own because housing there is so cheap. Whereas you go somewhere else, your rent would eat up that whole budget. But you know, with 5,000 views, 10% subs, that's only the sub ratio. Now that I think about it, you're making 15,000 on subs a year. On top of the 15,000 sub revenue, you're also getting ad revenue on the other 90% of viewers who aren't subbing. And you're also making gifted subs and bits. So really your revenue should be closer to, let's see, 20K probably for the ad revenue. And then other gifts, maybe you could be at 25K by the end of the year. You could live off of that. 25K for the end of the year. That's $2,000 a month. 2,100, give or take. You could live off of that in the US even. I don't know about other countries. I think most countries, if you can live in the US off of it, you can live in other countries off of it. I don't know where everybody is. So I trying to be cognizant of, you know, prices everywhere. I do like almost anything for money. I get that. I get that. Honestly, if anybody were out here right now looking for content creation help, I would recommend, you know, talking to other content creators about that kind of stuff. It's helped me a lot being able to talk to other content creators about my ideas and such. So if you guys need any help, join my Discord, honestly. Even if you're just there to DM me or something like that, it's okay. And you know, bounce ideas off of me, whatever, you know. I intend to make a YouTube channel at some point in the near future, hopefully, to kind of help content creators out. So if you are interested in that, yeah, definitely join the Discord and chill for a little bit. We'll be able to talk for a little bit. Yep, it's also the line. Twitch knows whom has 5K plus views, and they don't know our names if we are below that line. Yep, definitely. That could earn you revenue. Oh, definitely. If I was looking to make money, I would not be on Minecraft right now. I will tell you that. I would probably be, one, working at a actual place to pay my bills, and so I could pay somebody to do thumbnails and editing. And then, I would probably also, on top of that, invest in my channel. And then on top of that, I would not be playing Minecraft on YouTube. I would be doing content creator help, because there's services you can sell with that. And that would be if I were looking for money. I don't intend to look for money in that scenario, honestly. I honestly, with my content creator help channel, I intend to try to make everything as free as possible. I don't want to gatekeep people's, you know, I don't want to gatekeep content creation. I think it's a beautiful thing, and I want everybody to be able to enjoy it. And so that's what that channel is going to be for when it's done. I think 1 YouTube sub equals 2 Twitch followers. Probably. YouTube has a pretty deadly accurate algorithm, and so it's very good at finding you the right audience. So if you can find an underserved community, or a gap that you think you could fill, or you find a place that you think you could do better than other people in, you are in the running to be a champion on YouTube. I mean, you're looking at, here's an example. The content creator help channel, I think, would actually do very, very good. And you want to know why? There's a reason we're talking about this right now. Because there's nowhere really to go for Twitch streamers who are struggling to figure out what to do with Twitch, right? There's not very many channels. I mean, you can go to Senpai Gaming, but he only talks about new tools, which is great, but he doesn't give you tips and tricks. He doesn't roast anybody's streams or critique them, or, you know, a lot of people aspire to be YouTuber, yeah. And, you know, there's a lot of YouTube help channels, but even those are kind of dying out because there's only so many videos you can make about helping other YouTubers become better YouTubers. Because so many of us are here supporting each other. Exactly. But I think, you know, if there was actually a channel out there dedicated to helping people on YouTube where... Because there's like a huge community on Reddit, even. If you searched up on YouTube, there's a couple of channels that have like, you know, 3-year-old videos about how to gain your first 1,000 Twitch subscribers or followers, I'm sorry. And when you compare that to like being a YouTuber with how to gain your first 1,000 subscribers on YouTube, a lot of people will make those videos like every year, and there's like 5 or 6 channels that run a monopoly on there, and it's scary. It is absolutely terrifying. So, you know, that's one of those things. I intend to make that channel at some point in the near future, because I think I have a huge community on here in terms of aspiring creators. Not just myself, but, you know, I'm including other people in that. I mean, you know, Abda, you're a content creator, and you know, I don't know if you'd be interested in watching that channel at all, but you know, you're one of those creators. I have my friend, the Hangout Gaming. We got Bionics. If I include all my content creator friends, Alias, Virus, Marie, shoot, I'm blanking on names all of a sudden. Chow, Ali, I've got a Deku. Deku, you want to be a YouTuber? Boom, you're on there. Let me see. I've got Lunar. That's 10 right there. And then, how many do I have that want to start streaming and don't know where to start? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I've got Commander. I forgot about, you know, Commander Hawk. You know, he's a streamer. I'm sure he would love that kind of stuff. You know, Chara. Chara would probably love that kind of stuff too. She's been talking about the Twitch algorithm a lot lately. You know, that's almost 20 people I can name, and I'm averaging 4 viewers right now. There's a huge community out here. Swifty's another one. You know, we've got plenty of people here that need help, and I think I could help them. And, you know, even if it meant that, like, maybe I sacrifice some of the quality on other places so I could, you know, help you guys. I kind of feel like that might be the right move. I don't know. But, you know, it's clear there's people that need this. It's just there isn't a place for it yet. Let's see. Play Blocks Fruits. It's popular right now. Also, The Amazing Digital Circus is new and popular. Man is speaking true words, not many. Lots of people aspire to be a YouTuber, yes. At the top level, the movement is slow to react to our needs. Yes, that is 100% accurate. The YouTube algorithm is harsh. It can be. It can be. While it really is a dog world as we struggle to get views. If you're not lucky, you won't make it out there. You know, I will. So, luck. That one's an interesting topic. I haven't quite formed my full opinion on how much luck is content creation, really. And I think that it depends. Really, it really does depend. But I think on Twitch, there's a lot more luck to it than, say, YouTube. YouTube, you have the tools already there available to you to set up and like just get started. Like on YouTube, they have plenty of tutorials already ready for you, and then also, not to mention, they give you thumbnails. You can make your own thumbnails on YouTube, and you know, they give you access to music that you can use in all of your videos without being fearful of a copyright strike. They've got the rules laid out clearly for you, and you know, there's a lot less luck to it because you can show your skill without people having to click your video. Whereas here on Twitch, you can't do that. The only time you're ever going to be able to show your skill on Twitch is by... The only way to reduce the luck factor of Twitch is basically if I were to say, okay, title, right? Title is probably your most important thing besides how your stream looks. And I hate saying this, but your stream has to look a certain way. It has to look appealing, or you have to have something there. And that's one of the major gripes I have against Twitch right now is you can't upload your own thumbnail. Because it sets, for people who want to actually make this work and are very serious about streaming and all that, they're going to make their own thumbnails for their streams. Whereas, you know, people who are not necessarily super serious about it and are just streaming for fun, or just streaming to their friends or whatever, you know, they're not going to necessarily go and make their own thumbnail. And so I think that's one of my mini wish lists. One of my mini wish list features for Twitch is, please let us add custom thumbnails. Hey, Wado, we'll add that emote chat now. We'll set that timer as well. Okay, I've done 3 years of YouTube and only gotten 77 subscribers. On the other hand, people that have started a year ago have thousands of viewers and subscribers. So, with the YouTube algorithm... oh boy, here we go. So, the YouTube algorithm... we're gonna actually talk about this. This is gonna get insane. Let me know if I need to go back and touch up on any topics, because this one's gonna get... Like I said, it's gonna get a little bit wild. So it kind of builds up a profile of you. So I've uploaded just about 100 videos to YouTube so far in my last... Also, hi Wado, how's it going? Good to see you again. In my last, I guess it's almost been 3 years of uploading to YouTube. 2, 3 years, somewhere around there. I have uploaded over 100 videos. I've uploaded realistically 300, but I took down a lot of them because I wasn't happy with the quality, and so then now we're down to 100. And so I'm only just now getting pushed hard in the algorithm. So I'll kind of pull up my stats here so I can kind of explain it a little bit better. Here we go. I'm at 461 subscribers now. And, let's see. My most recent video was a news piece, and it got 1,200 views. The average view duration is what actually brought the views up, though. It had an average view duration of 55 seconds, which was about 49% of the video. And, looking at the retention graph, it's actually pretty darn good. It only dropped off after I made a really bad joke and just people weren't fond of that, and so they left. And I get that. So now I know not to make that kind of joke. Also, you guys can talk now. Let me emote only off here. So, you know, when it comes to YouTube, it's kind of like watch those stats very carefully, eagle eye them. You know, for example, the thumbnail that I made, it was very basic, but it got 5.1% click-through rate. If you can get anywhere between a 3 to 20% click-through rate, anywhere in there, well, okay, we'll start small. 3 to 7% is is considered above average in my opinion. 7 to 10 is good. 10 to 20%, you are in Mr. Beast level of thumbnail click-through rate. So, you know, that's kind of your goals there. If you can at least get above a 2%, then you're probably beating most other YouTubers. Then it goes to average view duration. So if people are clicking onto your video, then you need to find out why more people aren't seeing your video, why YouTube isn't putting it in the algorithm. And so that's where this is going to get really harsh. And I will say this, I've struggled with this fact before. I found out a lot of my videos just sucked. And that was the plain and simple answer. So I'm not targeting anybody with this because I don't know your metrics, but I can speak from personal experience. Some of mine really were bad. And so when my average view duration came up and I saw that the average percentage viewed was below 30%, if it's below 20%, you're probably on the batting average for most low-end YouTubers. If you're above 20%, 20 to 30%, you're doing okay. 30 to 40, you're doing probably good. Anything above 50, you're doing very good. If you can get 75% view duration, you're probably on batting average with Mr. Beast. So, you know, see what works, see what doesn't. And if you can get your average view duration up higher, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Let me get some shout-outs for you. We're talking about the algorithm. So I'm sure it's going to be a great talk here. What were you guys up to today? Thank you guys so much for the raid. Valorant. How was the Valorant? Do tell. If you guys haven't followed JustCaz_live, press the button at the top of chat. Check out his next stream. He's a great guy. Definitely recommend it. Analytics scare me. Fair enough. I think I'm gonna have to start a new YouTube channel. Because I'm having a really good time talking about this, and I feel like I actually have a good grasp on it. And I feel like, is it good? Do you guys feel like you're actually getting any helpful advice out of it, or am I just spewing nonsense? I don't know. Stream was good. I was having a great time playing Yoru. Oh boy. Yoru is scary. Jesus Christ King, another channel. Well, I mean, I've made this channel already. I already have the branding for it, basically. And it already has 2 subscribers, so all I'd have to do is just upload a couple of videos. I would probably have to convert my Minecraft channel to being news only, though. And then hard focus the content creator help channel. I think the content creator help channel has the best... It has the best possibility to take off because there's nobody doing content creator help for Twitch streamers hardly ever. Or geared towards streamers in general. And then I found that people want me to make more Neo Soccer League videos. That's what you should go for then. If you're finding one thing works, you should definitely pursue it. That's what I found with, like, news videos. They were getting me, on average, 100 more views than my normal videos. And so I found that worked. One thing I want to do now is I found my Minecraft story mode video. It's almost got 5,000 views. It quickly became one of my most viewed videos on my channel ever. And, what I've found with it is maybe I should make another Minecraft story mode video. I don't know what it'd be yet. Maybe a theory video, because another video that took off on my channel got almost 9,000 views within a couple of days. Was an update prediction video. So if you combine some of your popular video ideas, so Minecraft story mode and a Minecraft prediction video, you combine those 2 videos, you're crossing your audiences. And so they're going to be interested in what you have to say about a possible Minecraft Season 3, or Minecraft Story Mode Season 3, and what it would be about, or something like that. I want to make more prediction videos, definitely, and concept videos, because I think people are going to eat those stuff up. but we'll have to see. I found my niche, possibly. And so we're gonna see. We're gonna see what happens, but let's see. Let's see, bro, most YouTubers barely run one channel. How are you gonna run 9? That's the neat part. I probably won't. I really want to. I really, really want to. Alright, how many channels do I have at the moment? So, at the moment, I'm running 1, 2, 3... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 channels. 6, technically 7. I'm running 7 channels right now. But I mean, then there's 8 for the Creator Compass channel. And then 9 if I include the music channel. And then 10 if I include the gaming on a budget channel, which I'd love to do. And then 11 if I could do my cooking show, which would just be a live stream every week. So it'd actually not be a whole new channel I have to work on, really. It would just be for fun. Here's your dab. And here's your hydrate. And a little bit of a stretch here. 7, 8, 9, what, bro? How? 11? So the theory here is, I'm gonna have to pull up the chart. You guys get to see something that I got made fun of, like, day 1 of the SMP for. And, I kind of want to show it off again. Let me see if I can find it. Okay, here it is. Yes. Okay. So, if I put this on GIMP, so I can kind of show it off. Cheers, take notes. This is gonna be great. Believe me here, believe me. I got ridiculed by Unreal for this chart, but trust me, this actually will make sense once I start explaining. So, properties, right? Hang on. I'm struggling. GIMP. Right? GIMP? Can we capture? No? Okay. We're gonna use a different window then. Okay, here we go. So, this is a flowchart, right? It's an infinite money loop, essentially, if you want to look at it that way. So the idea is that you feed each of your channels into each other. And so this has changed a lot now. This can change a lot now that YouTube Live, you can do that at the same time as Twitch, so it's not as hard to integrate some of this stuff. So things like Minecraft News, that can feed into your VOD channel, which can feed into your Twitch or your live streams mostly. And it feeds into you as a person. People get more interested in you if you can kind of embed your personality and stuff. And so when they're more interested in you, they're going to be more interested in everything you're doing. So they're going to want to watch your VODs. They're going to want to watch your live streams, your shorts, your music channel. They're going to want to watch your podcast. All of those things can lead into other things. Like, for example, the VODs lead to Twitch, which also lead to me. I lead to my VODs, I lead to my shorts, I lead to everything else. So it's kind of like I believe the term was content wheel, and I believe Matt Pat from Game Theory used it. It's like a channel wagon. And so in the center, you have your main subject, and then you have your spokes, right? And on those spokes, you have other channels that all eventually lead back to you because you're supporting them all. But all of them are going to generate passive income because other people are coming into what you're doing, and they're going, I like this guy. Where can I see more of him? And so, you know, if you can do it a lot, if you can do this a lot, and you do it right, you can hypothetically, you know, run your Minecraft news channel, which runs into other things, and you promote that stuff properly and do it not annoyingly. You're good. You're fine. You're dandy. Ignore shorts. Honestly, I don't know if they're worth the time anymore. We'll see. The music channel, I've kind of pushed that off to the side. We're gonna see. We'll see what happens, but I gotta push that off to the side for a minute. Gaming on a budget, still really want to do that. I see a lot of people who need help budgeting, and it hurts my soul sometimes. But this is really the main concept. This is all just a fancy way of saying Channel 1 leads to Channel 2, Channel 2 leads to Channel 1, Channel 1 leads to Channel 2, right? Over and over and over again. And then you add your third, and then your fourth, and your fifth, and your sixth, and seventh, and so on, and so on, and so on. Mr. Beast does it. Main channel, it kind of sort of feeds those other channels like Beast Philanthropy, Mr. Beast Gaming, Mr. Beast, he has another one, doesn't he? There's another channel. Laugh already. I'm sorry I'm not laughing very much. But you know, he has all those channels. Now those secondary channels actually lead to the main one. That's his more so theory there. Everybody accidentally stumbles upon the other ones when they get interested in who he is as a person and his crew. And so then they kind of stumble upon the gaming videos and they see the faces and they're like, I know that guy. Let me go watch that video. I like that thumbnail. It has Mr. Beast from the Mr. Beast channel. And I want to watch him play GTA while running away from 10,000 viewers or whatever, you know. So that's the basic concept of it. And it works in theory. I just haven't had time to make it work because I'm going to read what Liam said here because he's actually onto something and I like what he said. So we're going to go and read that. If I missed anything, I probably missed some like important thing that makes it make sense in my head. If you guys have questions, please ask because I don't want to sound insane. I know I sound insane right now. What I would say is make 5 vids for each channel, post all of them, and whichever one shows the most promise after a short span, you should focus on it, and later springboards the audience to your other endeavors. That is actually genius. So this is something I admittedly should have done and should do, and I probably will do. Probably next year, beginning of next year, I'd kind of like to do this. So all of the channels that you have, right? All your channel ideas. I want to do all of this. You know, I want to do the podcast. I want to do the creator help channel. I want to do the gaming on a budget channel. I want to do a music channel and, you know, the shorts channel. I want to do all those channels, right? Take a handful of them. Make 5 videos. And over the course of, say, a month or 2 months, you know, you release those videos on maybe even a schedule, or you just release all 5. You should start with 3 videos on any new channel, and the reason for this is if you pick up if one video picks up, and a lot of people are watching it, they're going to want to see more of you. So be ready for a content loop, and I can talk about that in a second. I sound insane. I'm sorry. I don't mean to sound insane, but he's actually right on this. Release some videos on your channel first. See if you even like it. Don't commit all don't commit all of your time to one channel and then if you're not even sure it's gonna do well. I like what he said though. That channel is taking off, the 12th channel. All right, focus. We can do this just like King. Check it out, we're doing it. It'll be the next game theory, except your YouTube theory. You theory, that's your new name, thank you. Good job, have you got him to smile, thank you. Bro, you are YouTube Einstein. Oh, hail YouTube Einstein. Hail YouTube Einstein now. Did you say Lork? Thank you for Lork, I appreciate it. You sound like a wise man. Well, I appreciate it. I'm trying, I really am. But yeah, that's the basic idea of my theory here. I haven't had proof that it works besides And this isn't a great example because, well, it's a great example for the time it was, present, and then other things caused it to tumble, not the whole theory itself. Logan Paul, for example. That man was intelligent when it came to YouTube and playing the algorithm the way he did. He made himself so interesting and got so many people on board with his channel to cameo on his channel, but also so he could cameo on theirs. And so he had the content, where the spokes were all leading back to him because he quickly became a fan favorite on everybody else's channel. Everybody wanted more of him. So when they saw his face in a thumbnail, they knew they were in for a very good treat. Nowadays, we wouldn't say so much about that because, Logan Paul is generally not as well liked. Now he's not so much in the YouTube game either. So, probably more recent days, Mr. Beast is probably the more recent figure in that terms, with however many channels he has. I mean, let me look it up. Mr. Beast, right? Where is his channel? Mr. Beast. Channels. So he has Beast Philanthropy, Mr. Beast Gaming, Beast Reacts, and Mr. Beast 2. That's 5 channels right there that all kind of connect in some way, shape, or form. Mr. Beast is the main channel, and that's his primary focus. If any of the other channels are falling behind, they're going to fall behind because Mr. Beast, the main channel, needs it. The other channels are so successful, though, because the main channel has taken off the way it has. And those other channels can now feed into the main channel. So he's actually taking money from the Mr. Beast Gaming videos and feeding it into the Mr. Beast videos so they can make more money. And so he can make bigger prizes and, so on and so forth. There's a great theory here, and I don't have a ton of time to explain it today or put it to test. But I actually do like what Just Hasn't said. Take a handful of ideas. Like, for example, I think what I'll start with at the beginning of next year, I think I'm going to do this. We're going to make 5 new Minecraft videos. Not news related, just 5 different videos. And I'm going to actually release those over the course of a week. See if any of them take off. While those are coming out as well, I'm going to make 5 creator help videos, 5 gaming on a budget videos, maybe 5 music videos, and I'll also try to record the podcast finally. There's supposed to be a monthly podcast episode, and it's just not happened. But, you do that. You pre-record, so I'm looking at, 15 videos plus the podcast episodes, which I can record monthly, whatever. 15, 20 videos that I have to record. That's not terrible, especially if you focus on being okay with just the fact that they're not going to be perfect. But the idea is, can you make an audience interested in what you're doing? If you can, keep doing it. And see which one performs better. If you find that your creator help channel just got monetized within the course of a week, you probably should focus on creator help channel and turn that thing into a business. And I'm not saying that to make money, but I'm saying that because you could hire a team so that you can focus on other channels that also you want to focus on. Like, I'm going to hire an editor for the creator help channel, a thumbnail maker for the creator help channel. And the reason why is so I can go ahead and work on my music channel instead. Because my music channel, I have big dreams for that thing, man. I want to make custom music tracks so people can can have music in their videos without worrying about copyright. And it's also going to work for Twitch and TikTok and YouTube. And, it's going to be for every single platform. I want people to be able to use the music. Very similar to Stream Beats. Remember when you're famous? I will. Don't worry. I'm not gonna be famous anytime soon. I've just got a crazy theory, and it might possibly work. The problem with this theory, honestly, lies in one fact, and that one singular fact is one person cannot do this all alone. And one person was never meant to do this alone. The idea was all me, all games, which was more so an illusion for myself, because I wanted to do all these, and I did find a way to hypothetically do all of them, but I could not. So, basically, to explain that, I counted them up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 channels, right? That was one channel every day of the week that I would post. I would post one podcast episode a week. Now, I changed that to a month after I kind of thought about the plan a little bit more because I wanted one day off. So, you got your Minecraft news videos. Only one day a week, easy. Your VOD channel, now that has 5 videos a week, but they're only thumbnails. You only have to do thumbnails and titles. That's easy. That's less than the length of time it takes to record a video. So, easy enough. It almost gives you 2 days off. Your shorts channel might take a little bit of extra work, so you might work a little harder on that on your days off, but that's fine. And, you do one video a week on all those channels. That was the idea. But I found out very quickly it was not sustainable because I couldn't even get my Minecraft channel to do what I wanted it to. So, that was kind of the basic idea, but I failed because I didn't want to change my vision. Now that I've thought about it a little bit more, it's more worth it to change my vision now because I want my vision to change. I want that Minecraft news channel to not be Minecraft news. I don't want to be doing Minecraft news videos for my entire life. I want to do Minecraft news videos, but I want to do other things with those videos. So, I've got some ideas cooking. I need to record this so I can help. Well, if any of those channels take off and I find some jobs that you guys can do, I'd love to incorporate you guys into it a lot. With the creator help channel, it actually is going to rely a lot on creators who need help. People who can ask questions or say, hey, King, do you know how to do this? I'm going to have a Discord for several of these channels that will all lead probably to the King's Castle Discord. King's Castle will stay King's Castle. The Minecraft news will probably change to, we're going to have to restructure a lot of things when we get around to this, but, I have a good feeling about it. I do, and, I think there's stuff here. There's stuff here that we could work on, but we're nowhere near this point yet, and the truth is, I need to do what Liam said. Make 5 videos for each channel. Post 5 videos on each channel. At the end of a week, a month, 2 months, whatever, see which channel you should keep. Or which 2 channels, if you can manage 2. If you can keep up with those channels, and they're not going to be bothersome, and you think they have good chance at, working out in the long run, then you should stick with them. You really should. I'll make the Discord what you want it called. And they're not quite ready to make new Discords yet. That's more so when we get another channel off the ground. But I'll let you know when the time comes. I appreciate you wanting to help, though. I really do. I need an autograph ASAP. I mean, one day. I might start. One day I want to start selling merch. But we're a long ways away from that. Don't worry. But I want to sell merch one day, and I'd like to start signing stuff and. I want signed stuff, like not even just like I signed the merch, but I want to like have a signed card in there for every single purchase. I feel like that's something that a lot of creators miss nowadays. They don't sign just like a little picture or a card or anything that says thank you. And I think that's something I would like to do when I eventually get to that point, because merch isn't cheap. It's not. And I think that's the secret, actually, here. The secret to being a really good creator, and at the end of the day, your success, it all hinges on this one thing, being genuine. If you're not genuine about what you're doing, you're not genuine about, what the point of, making content is, then at the end of the day, you're probably not going to win. at the end of the day, you're probably not going to win. And I guess that's probably the truth of the matter of it. I'll definitely get some whenever you get some, or I'll definitely get it whenever you get some. Well, thank you. I appreciate it so much. I'm going to be right back because I need more water. My throat is a little bit dry, but I will be right back. Sit tight. And, you know, I'll just leave this screen up. It's kind of funny, and anybody random walking in would just be so confused. So I think it would be kind of funny. So I'll leave the window up. I'll be right back. Okay, we're back. Okay, I do want to touch on some things I said earlier because I realize that I don't think I've ever told you guys why I do what I do, right? I don't think I've ever told you guys why I stream, why I really want content creation to work out. So, you know, it might be a little bit of a good conversation. Hello. That was nice. Um, so when I first started, I thought the reason I wanted to do content creation was so I could get away from working for other people and, you know, be famous and, you know, make money and all that stuff. And that's kind of why I originally started. I'm not gonna lie, guys. That you're an you're an ER nurse in South Central Texas. Gosh. Yeah, that sounds about right. uh you know, I didn't want I thought that was the reason back then. But it's changed so much now. And I never really adjusted my plan in the first place. Besides, like, oh yeah, you know, at some point I need to get rich. because I need to be able to pay for my parents, retirement or whatever. You know, they don't expect that, but you know, I want them to have a nice retirement, right? But you know, I want a lot of things. So at first it was I want to be rich, but I also had good reasons for wanting to be rich, right? You were part of the dark side? Yes, I was. I feel like it was for the right reasons to want to be rich, but definitely, you know, if you're joining this career to try to get rich, you're probably on it for the wrong reasons. At the end of the day, there's better ways to get rich. Spoiler, don't do YouTube for rich. It's just not worth it. That being said, it quickly changed. My reasoning quickly changed. I mean, it wasn't just about, you know, oh yeah, I want to make lots of money. It was like, I actually really enjoy this, and I want to get better at it. I love these people who graciously spend their time with me. And, you know, at the end of the day, I found out really it was just I wanted people to hang out with. And I found people to hang out with because of streaming. But, you know, it started to become very clear to me. Just exactly. Sorry, that's me. You're an ER nurse, Abda? I didn't know that. But you know, you know, my intentions started changing very, very quickly, and so it did lead to a lot of mishaps and a lot of really bad, you know, happens. But it did also kind of, sort of, give me a nice little rude awakening. That, you know, you can make this work if, and only if, you're willing to put in time. I thought it was going to be easy when I first started, and I think a lot of people have made that very same mistake. I know I've made it so many times. Yes sir, me and the wife? Nice. Well, thank you so much for all you do. That's a crazy job. But yeah, you know, I heard a doorbell. There's people awake in my house right now. They should answer the doorbell if there is a door or a doorbell, I'm sorry. What's this doing? That's the hill, right? Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. But anyway, right, it's the reason I stream now is like entirely different to what it used to be. I mean, now it's like I found people that I like and that like me, and you know, I've gotten into this bit a little bit, but you know, I found out like I actually can do important work here on Twitch, if that makes any sense. Like, you know, I have incidentally, not to brag, I actually don't mean to brag when I say this, but it's going to come off as probably a little bit showboaty. But, you know, I have accidentally saved a couple of people's lives using Twitch, which is mind-blowing. They're just like, oh yeah, I saw that you were live, and, you know, that's the reason I didn't go, or whatever. I was like, what? You know, it can throw you off. it threw me off balance a couple of times I heard it. And it can definitely take its toll, but it made some of those days where the stream was just suffering and pain and madness and I didn't want to stream anymore, it made those days well worth it, because I knew maybe, possibly, there was a chance that somebody out there saw it and was like, yeah, no, this is... Gotta watch the next stream. You know, there's a reason to live. It's insane. But it made this way more fulfilling. Even knowing that, you know, I'm not making $10,000 a month, or, you know, I'm not a multi-million-dollar man who has to just sit at a desk and fire people. That's all I have to do, you know. This is really fulfilling because of that, you know. I feel like I'm actually somewhat important to other, you know, other people and corporations and such. Like, influencers actually matter somewhat to brands, whereas I feel like actual employees almost don't. And so, you know, Twitch has given me a lot of purpose in that sense. Of like, yeah, I'm content with this. I'm very content with it. Yeah, I can barely scrape by, in terms of income, but like, who cares? Who actually cares, right? Thank you for service, yes. What's up, Deku? What's up? Let's see. Did you see my Discord? No, let me open it up here. Okay, I see. We probably won't use it yet, just because I don't have the channel ready yet, and there's a lot of other things that go on with that, but, I appreciate it, and we'll take a look at using it a little later, especially when I'm actually ready to take those channels off and see what happens, because who knows? Who knows? It may not, you know, it sounds like a great idea on the surface, and, you know, it may just be that we're the only 20 people who are interested in it, and that's okay. Like, you know, I would still make videos on it if I had time, and I thought it would probably work out okay, but you know, I think it's probably actually, I'm gonna say another possibly big brain thing to do. I think with Discords, honestly, what you need to do with those, when it comes to like making an online community, is you should wait, because when you start it and there's nobody to talk to, or there's only like 2 or 3 people to talk to and they don't talk very much, your community gets bored very quickly. So you start losing people because they're like, it's a dead community. What's the point? You know, for example, a lot of people in my Discord community right now, they don't talk. And the reason for that is they joined before there were people to talk to. And so, like, I have almost 250 people on that Discord. And I've been finding that, like, you know, none of them pop in because it was inactive. And, you know, I don't blame them one bit. I wouldn't pop into an inactive Discord like that. So I'm probably gonna have to wait to launch new Discords and such later on. I would say when it comes to like the creator help channel, I want to make sure to prove that it does have an audience first that would be willing to even join the Discord. And then we could use the Discord to kind of help, you know, get ideas for the channel. What is it? 80% of Twitch viewers are lurkers who never chat? Yeah, I believe that's correct, yeah. New people also don't talk, yeah. And I would say that one is also just because of the people we get. Most people that join the Discord nowadays are people that want to just play Minecraft, and so they don't talk. They They hop in, get their instructions, and then a lot of times they just leave. If it's not 80%, then it's higher. Yeah, definitely. I mean, oh, that's not what I meant to do. That's fine. I have plenty of frog lights. I mean, for example, right now, we have a very, very good viewer to chat ratio right now. It's about 50-50. However, you know, given all the people that are clicking on and then clicking off stream right now, it's very likely that by the end of it, I'll have probably around about 100 unique viewers for the end of the stream. And then we'll have probably about 20 different chatters, which, if I'm recalling correctly, that is about 80% of viewers who don't talk. And you know, I get it. I get it. I don't talk in new channels half the time. And there's a very good reason for it. You're trying to get the vibe out first. And then sometimes you just get used to lurking in people's chats, and then you get nervous about talking to them. I don't know about you, but I do. Also taking into account the bots, yes. Although I will say, the bots on my channel will not count as viewers. So when you see 6 viewers, that's not including like Streamlabs or Stream Elements. Those are whitelisted by Twitch, so they don't count as a free view or whatever. At least from my understanding. I don't know exactly how Twitch decides what is a view and how they count that metric exactly. My guess is it's somewhere in the cookies, but, you know, it's fine. Okay, we're gonna finish up this layer probably, and then I'm gonna have to head out, but we'll see. The wife is my mod, and she drops the ban hammer along with Twitch Insight. Oh, the ban hammer is great. But yes, Twitch Insights, dude. If you can have somebody that watches your stream, it just kind of gives you pointers, and like, you know, keeps up with all the news and the stats for you, and it's like, hey, I think this might work out for you. No bots, nice. I try not to use bots too much, but with like for example Streamlabs, which isn't chatting right now, but I like them to occasionally put out a message in the chat just because it's easier sometimes than having one of my mods do it, because my mods are all unfortunately school age people, which makes sense, you know. I got 2 now. Yeah. And I will say this: if I could, I would probably get rid of the bots, because honestly, they're not super useful. Most people ignore them anyway. But it is nice to have things in there. Like occasionally, it'll say, "I'm taking a break," and then it goes exclamation mark break, and then boom, you're set. Owned and sound alerts. Sound alerts is almost a necessity in that case, yeah. I used to have blurp enabled on mine, but honestly, their stuff keeps breaking for me, and I'm debating removing it for the sake of streaming on multiple platforms. I think it would make it a little easier on the YouTube viewers if they didn't have something they couldn't participate with. And I do want one more to talk to people. Yeah. Well, if you ever decide to try them, Streamlabs has one and Stream Elements has one. And then, of course, I think Nightbot also has pretty similar functionalities. Now, if you're talking like, I was thinking about Blurp. Blurp is pretty nice. It does okay. But again, it breaks all the time for me. So, I'm unsure of just how good it is, really. So people can play videos. Yes, that one would be good. Nightbot is my archenemy. Fair enough. Fair enough, man. I know there's a bot that can kind of do like a little bit of everything, and it's like called Streamer Bot, and it's a very good bot, but um, it takes it takes some time to set up, from what I've heard. Is there another bot which plays videos? I think StreamerBot has that functionality, but I'm not 1000% sure. Yeah, StreamerBot. Let me see if I can pull it up just to double check. Yeah, this is the one that I was told about. I haven't gotten to use it yet. But it has support for multiple platforms. They have access with VTube Studio, Elgato Wavelink, Crowd Control, several donation services. If you have the Hyperate app on your watch, it connects with that just fine. It has Stream Deck connectivity. I've heard great things about it. Now, I haven't gotten a chance to really try it. But I believe it does do, or does have the ability to run videos and such. Thank you, no problem. I'm always happy to share little things. So, with Twitch. Oh snap. Okay. You can really get into detail with some of this stuff. Interesting. I don't know. I don't know exactly what all it can do, but it's pretty insane. So definitely worth checking out. And I will say, with the creator help channel that I want to make, I think that would force me to actually also try a little harder with some of my stuff. Because as of right now, I'm, like I said, I'm content, you know, with what I have. I'm content. But what if I could, you know, what if I could be more than content? That would be nice. So maybe that channel would kind of push me to try harder and show off those techniques that I want people to try. Okay, oh wait, we have more dirt. My bad. Man, I really wish I wasn't leaving tomorrow, man. Like, I'm gonna be glad, but also, like, you know? Because, I mean, if I wasn't leaving, I would actually sit down tomorrow and tonight, record all those videos, and then, you know, get them ready for release. Finish some of the branding. I haven't finished all of it. I finished most of the branding for Creator Compass, but it's not done. Well, hopefully over your break, your sleep gets better. I can. Over your break, you get your sleep schedule in check. That would be nice. That would be very, very nice. One can certainly hope, right? I do think it'll probably get better. At least I'm banking on it. Although that being said, I am going to be at Disney while we're down in Florida, so unfortunately it's gonna kind of be... It's gonna be heavy. Because we're gonna be going... Like... Gosh. We're gonna hit all the parks. We're gonna have my niece and nephew with me. And we're gonna be there for a total of like 14, or we're gonna be away for 14 days. Which is gonna be pretty insane. Definitely insane. Question, have you ever done the Extra Life thing? I have not. I've always been intrigued by it, but I don't know. How many female viewers do you have? That's a great question, and as far as I can remember, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7-ish. I think around about 7 different ones. But yeah, around about 7 different female viewers, I think. Ads are up, and I am seeing the same ad on my stream. Oh no, you're back. Hey, welcome back. Okay. So yeah, I would say around about 7 female viewers, I think. Around about, maybe a little bit less, but maybe more even. I don't know. That's just the ones that have disclosed that to me. Let me... Yeah, and I don't know that I have more than 2 or 3. It's... I don't know how that works. Because, like... It's very similar to, like, for example, Canadians. I have a decent amount of Canadians that actually watch. And from what I can tell, I think it's actually region-based. And so the more viewers you have in one area, the more people that watch. For example, one of my friends went to Colombia, and while she was there, she was watching. She watched one of my streams. And suddenly, I started having, 3 or 4 different people that popped in over the next week and said, hello, what country are you from? I go, I'm from the US. And they're like, oh, that's cool. I'm from Colombia. It was interesting. It was very interesting, that's for sure. So I'm not 1000% sure, but I think some of that's region-based, like, the recommendations, but also, like, I do seem to kind of recall, when more females would show up, or when one female would show up, soon more would follow. So I wonder if that has anything to do with the algorithm at all. Like, I know Twitch doesn't, like, specifically ask, as far as I'm concerned. I think there's a place where you can, like, tell them. But as far as I know, there's not... As far as I know, there's not any place that you just explicitly say, yes, this... I don't know. Why do you guys need to see lipstick commercials? At least show commercials we would buy. Yeah, that would be nice. Here's your hydrate, Deku. Thank you for that. You can mate with females, JK. Nah, I got a wife already. See, why does it always come back to this? See, I have this very unique situation that I'm in. And from what I can tell, it seems to be a long-lasting issue for me, right? I have an issue where I've got this thing that the kids call Riz, right? It's where, like, you know, charisma. But it only works on the wrong people, right? I don't know why, but I can't ever seem to, you know, to attract the people that I would ever be interested in. And so like it always comes back to bite me, man. It sucks. It sucks so bad. But, you know, it'll just give me plenty of stories to tell later on, I'm sure. So that when I do find the right one, you know, I can point back to all the times that there were the wrong ones. You know, this thing called delusional. Well, not necessarily. I mean, I am delusional. You're not wrong. You're definitely not wrong. One kitty and maybe another on the way. Hey. I keep telling her we need a pup. Dude, I used to have a dog. He was pretty cool. I will say this. I am glad to be without pets at this moment. It's been very recent that we're now without pets, but I'm glad because it makes it a whole lot easier for me to just travel and like I have a lot more freedom and moving around in the dark. Like I used to trip over my cat all the time, or he would vomit and then I would step in it. And it wasn't really that great. I'll be honest. It wasn't my favorite thing to do. Shocker, right? But, you know, at the same time, I get why people love animals. And I would never be opposed if, like, somebody else said, yeah, I want a pet, and I lived with them. Yeah, I'd let them get a pet. It's just those minor inconveniences. I didn't realize just how inconveniencing they were. Riz, you know, delusional, yeah. Yeah, that sounds about right. Okay, so some of it is delusional, I will say that. Like, some of it I'm just kind of imagining, I think. But there have been several women in the past who I would never really consider as a potential partner. And they weren't exactly subtle about how they felt, you know. And unfortunately, I only seem to attract those people, which is okay, you know. One day I'll attract the right person. It's just I'm a nice guy, and apparently that has come back to bite me a couple of times, and I haven't had any poor experiences, but I've just not attracted a good experience yet. I feel you. When I used to go outside, oh boy. I had the same issue. Yeah. How old are you? I am 19 years old. I will be 20 in July. I've got some time ahead of me, but not a ton of time. I don't wanna be old when, or I say old. I'm gonna rephrase this. Okay. I don't wanna be like in my mid-20s, or even close to 30 before I, you know, am married, and I want to have kids, and I want them to be young while I want to be young while they're still growing up, because I don't want to, you know, I don't want to be, you know, a grumpy old man by the time they're teenagers and such. So, you know, ideally, hopefully, and I mean, you can't force this stuff, so, you know, you kind of just gotta roll with it, go with the flow, you know. But, you know, hopefully one day soon I'll find somebody, and maybe, possibly, you know, it'll work out. But until then, uh, that's just the way it is. And I'll say this: I know my friends would all love to spoil my kids whenever I have them. They'd be such great adoptive aunts and uncles, you know. I always found that weird, a 60-year-old man with a 10-year-old child. I'm assuming you mean like they have a 10-year-old child, not the other way around. Because it is weird if they, you know. But yes, I get that. You know, it is a little bit strange because, you know, you think about it and you're like, okay, they're 60 now. And they're 10. So they're going to be 68. They're practically on their, not to be morbid or anything, but you're practically on your deathbed when it's hang on, I'm sorry, I lost my train of thought. But, you know, not to be morbid or anything, but, you know, you're practically on your deathbed when your kid is turning 18. I don't want that. I don't want that. I want to be able to go on trips with you know, my kids and take them around and see stuff while they're young. And you know, they'll get to see what a good, morally correct man is supposed to be, you know. Because that's the thing, a lot of old people get written off because they're old, and I get that. I don't like listening to old people either, but, you know, I want my kid to see, okay, this is what a 20-year-old should act like, you know. They may not remember it because they're going to be like 5 years old by the time I'm 30, but, you know, that's okay. They're going to start seeing that earlier, though, instead of seeing, you know, this is what a 60-year-old man looks like. I don't have to act like that until I'm 60. I'm fine, man. You know? All I will say is it's perfectly okay to not, and I mean not think with your toll, but pick her because he nowadays is an asset to you. I got it. You confused me for a second. I read it, I was like, okay, here we go. Is somebody gonna say something about it? That was funny. That was funny. But yeah, you're right. You know, it is acceptable because at the end of the day, it has to make sense for both of you. And that's one of those things that I've been talking about a lot with my friends and such. It's kind of like, you know, because somebody asked me one day what my type was, and I was like, well, they're gonna have to be similar to me in a lot of ways because they're going to essentially be me, just, you know, a different version of me. They're gonna have to be able to help me with things, you know. I can't function alone in a relationship like that. You can't carry a relationship. But I'm sorry, I started choking. Wow. Wow. Okay. I'm good. I'm good. Yeah. Uh, wow. Anyway, you know, but essentially, you know, it's a teamwork process. You're essentially picking somebody and saying, yes, I want to live life with this person, because insert reasons here, you know, they make me happy. I make them happy. They're pleasant to be around. You know, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's probably going to be for more selfish reasons, you know. That's kind of what love is, to be entirely honest. It's it's selflessly selfish, you know. You want them around you because you enjoy their company, but you also intend to be very, very kind to them. You intend to be very loving towards them, and you want them to love you back. You know, it's interesting. Hold on, it's perfectly acceptable for a woman to pick us because of financial gains. True. That's also true. I don't, you know, as long as you love each other, that is like the main relationship thing that you need to, if you can work together in any form of capacity, like, in my opinion, I will, if it came down to it, I would go get a full-time office job if I were to get married and we could not make ends meet. I would quit streaming for that. Because at the end of the day, I don't want my wife to have to work. She can if she wants to. But like, you know, ultimately at the end of the day, if she wants to stay at home, go for it. I'm not gonna make you go out and work. I don't want you to have to go out and work. I love you that much so that you can stay home and, you know, yeah, you're gonna have to do work around the house, and that is a full-time job. I will just say, keeping a house clean, especially if you have kids, it's a full-time job, practically. I don't know how people do it. My sister does it very well, and I'm always impressed when I go over there and it's clean. But, you know, it's one of those things. I want to, this is going to probably get taken out of context, but, you know, my primary, you know, want when it comes to like a relationship is to be useful. You know, I don't want to sit around and be useless. I want to actually, you know, be helpful and, you know, useful to the person. I want to be able to provide and all that, you know? And to not provide would be to deny my very basic purpose. I mean, as it is now, when I'm streaming and such, or when I'm helping my friends or anything, even if I'm just walking around the house, I'm looking for ways to help. That's what I want to do. And so at the very basis of it all, I'm just looking to fulfill that one urge of, how can I help? How can I provide, you know? And so, you know, if I could find somebody like that, who'd let me provide, who would, you know, also, you know, who I could also help fulfill their ideas and such, I think, you know, it would work, probably. I don't know. I never dated anybody. This is all just ideas and the philosophy that I've had for like the past who knows how long when it comes to relationships. And I feel like, you know, I've helped some friends get into successful relationships and they're married now. So I feel like I've got some amount of knowledge here that works, right? Why can't we say, we want a person to be a life partner, whom really can't say that's not fair? Wrong idea. Example, I'm a nurse. Let's say I make 75. A life partner doesn't stay at home. She works on a 9 to 5 and also makes 75. 75 plus 75 equals 150. Simple math. I work, you work. True. True. I will say this, you know. Yeah, it's one of those things here. Have you taken an IQ test? No. I feel like IQ tests are dumb. I'm gonna keep it 1000% honest with you. IQ tests are absolutely dumb. They serve almost zero purpose besides to determine if you are within some acceptable amount of mental competency, which you can decide if somebody's mentally competent before you even have them take an IQ test. Yeah, there's people who are definitely smarter or have a better, they can reason a lot better than other people, but you'll find that out just by talking to them. I don't think we should boil down how people think and how people act and all that down to numbers and labels and all that. That you do that, you're taking away people's individuality. But you're not just doing that. You're also saying you're more important to somebody because your number is higher, or you have insert label here. You are what they would call a genius, right? You know, I'm my 2 cents on that. You know, I'm sure somebody will come back and say, no, that's wrong because of insert reason here. And you know, you are free to that. You guys can have any and every opinion that you want. I'm okay with that. Thank you for the follow, Troggy. I appreciate it. You are awesome. Welcome to the stream. You are Albert Einstein's reincarnation. You are the theory master. I would say Albert Einstein was a genius, but in a field completely different to mine. I would say I'm probably more in line if I was an incarnate of anybody. It would probably be a Greek philosopher, or some form of philosophy person. And I would say that mostly follows on the line a lot with the fact that I think a lot. There's not a moment that goes by that I don't think. And it's because if I don't think, and I just let the words fall out of my mouth, then stupidity will come forth, you know? It's not one of those things where if I just do something a lot of people don't. I think before I say things. I would say that that's probably, you know, I do a lot of reasoning, definitely. Got an ad the second I followed. Oh no, I'm so sorry, Troggy. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And if you're wanting to play, you're more than welcome on the server. Let's see. The guy who created math. Do I need my pitchfork? Okay, I'm not that guy. Definitely not that guy. I hate math, man. I can't do science to save my life. But what I can do, I can definitely reason. And Abda, you said set the rules early. Yes. When you are dating somebody, make sure you're dating each other for the right reason. You know? My friend is currently in the dating world. And he set the rules really early. He was like, okay, what do we want from this? He's like, you know, I only intend to date people that I really do think I would like to marry someday. He's like, because otherwise I feel like it's just a waste of time. And she agreed. And so now they're dating. And from what he's told me, it's going very, very well. I'm very proud of him. And I hope it continues to go well for him. But, you know, he's like, if we don't ever intend to get married, then there's no point in dating because our intentions don't align. He's looking for somebody to live life with and to enjoy and to enjoy the experiences and to enjoy the tragedies. Not necessarily enjoy, but maybe more so the wording I should use is to experience the tragedies and weather the waters of life with. That's what he's looking for. And so when you're looking for somebody like that, you're looking for somebody long-term. So if you're going to date long-term, you might as well get married, to be honest. It's better off for both of you. It holds everybody accountable as well, you know. It means you can't just choose to wake up tomorrow and because you're angry at each other, break up, you know. There's a lot more process that goes there. And it means you're going to talk about stuff. It means, you know, you're going to have some hard conversations, yeah, but you're also going to get a deeper understanding of each other. Because every relationship should have its fights. Yes, 100,000%. if you are always rolling over in your relationship to give up so the other person gets what they want, you are not coexisting. You are being absolutely dominated, and your voice means nothing, because you're not willing to actually willing to communicate. You know, you're a time bomb waiting to explode at that point. And that's why, you know, I feel like that's kind of why there's a lot of issues right now, in terms of divorce rate and such. Because nobody wants to communicate. And I can't say I blame them. I mean, it is very hard sometimes to communicate with people, but at the end of the day, if you can't even communicate with somebody who owns everything you own, has professed their love to you, and you to them, and you can't even communicate with them about how it bothers you that they don't wash the dishes after they're done with them, and you can't even communicate about that, you're in some serious trouble, and it's not gonna just stop at the dishes. It's eventually going to build up, and there's going to be 20 problems that, you know, that are all inconsequential alone, but because you never took care of one of them, it's going to be a knockdown, drag-out fight kind of deal, you know? Everybody's going to be involved, and it's not going to be pleasant, because it's suddenly, everybody's got a list of issues, and they were never addressed, right? I heard a pretty powerful one the other day, right in line with what you were talking about. I'm curious. Do share if you happen to remember. 3 words? I'm curious here. I'm really intrigued, actually. Or 4. The cattle are talking. Yes, that, yeah. You know, that is, that works, yeah. No, that, and for people who don't understand, there's several ways that's interpreted, but, yeah, you know, there's, so first off, cattle, right? They stink, and you can tell everybody else that, you know, they stink, but at the end of the day, you stink. So there's that. Also, cattle talking, right? So that would be, there's a term for this. I'm trying to remember it, because there's a very, very specific one that I'm thinking of that goes with it. It's so strong you don't even have to explain it. Yeah. If you don't understand it, you will. I can't find the right word to explain it because it isn't good enough, right? I hate that I can't explain it though. I don't want to gatekeep necessarily that knowledge, but but to explain it would take like hours, right? And I mean, I would love to explain it for hours, but I would get lost on so many separate trails. That's why it cold stopped me. Yeah, I mean, if you stop and think about it, it'll make sense, I think. To anybody who doesn't understand, the cattle are talking. Think about it. Just think about it. You'll probably get it. You may not find the exact meaning, but honestly, you'll find a meaning in it no matter what, and that meaning is probably very, very strong. and you should definitely kind of heed the advice, you know. It is a good one, that definitely. You know what? I should start. We should start a philosophy channel. Not just philosophy, but you know what? We're starting a dating advice channel. Y'all ever watch that one channel? What is it? Psych to Go, I think's what it's called. Her channel isn't bad, but I feel like the problem with it is it kind of just tells you everything that you want to hear and nothing that you need to hear. I don't think she's ever once said that you might be the problem. It's just like, okay, yeah, this was obviously like, yeah, this guy's the bad guy. Or like, yeah, you know, everybody, you know, it's possible that a friend acts that way, but you're saying this about possibly a girl liking something. It's like, well, yeah, no, all girls can, you know, a lot of girls will, twirl their hair when they like you, but also, like, a lot of people just get fidgety when they're anxious. So, like, yeah, it might mean they like you, but also, it probably doesn't. I've had issues with these videos, I'm sorry. Now, some of her videos are great. Some of her videos are awesome, actually. Like, there's some really good ones, but also it's just like, tell me something I don't know, or tell me something that's 100% truthful. So maybe a dating advice channel that is brutally honest with you. It could be in the future, but not from me, probably, because I don't have a degree in that. And I mean, you know what? I'm gonna say something controversial. You shouldn't have to have a degree in order to have professional opinions in certain fields. With like doctors and stuff, no, that makes sense. That 1000% makes sense. They are doctors, you know. They have a pretty good observation on that stuff, and they went to school for a lot of it. And I would say there are times where a doctor's degree does not need to be made, you know. For example, I am well aware when I'm sick. I have witnessed that through observation. So, you know, I can have a unprofessional medical opinion in terms of I can probably tell when I'm sick or when certain other things are happening. But it would never be a thing where I could just officially diagnose somebody, right? 10 years of your life, gosh, yeah. 10 years I'd never ever get back. Gosh. To learn one trade, yeah. Whereas, like, with like, for example, psychology. I should not have to have a degree on that to have an opinion. I've witnessed enough people in my life acting very certain ways that I think I can surmise that possibly all people that act that way are probably just like them, and you can make connections. You know, I understand. I have an understanding of people because of witnessing how life is and such. So I think there are certain areas where it's just like, I can have an opinion on that, because even though it's not like a professional opinion, it is still an opinion nonetheless. And it could be valid. Sounds like common sense, yes. And I feel like I've been told my common sense is invalid in some cases. I just want to throw that out there. I'm taking a class of psychology and it is deep, yes. But a lot of it is surface info. Yeah, I mean, to find the inner workings of a person, it can be very deep, but it can also be very surface level. Like, one thing that a lot of people love to point out is, like, one that a lot of people know. When somebody's pointing their feet at you, and they're looking at you when they're laughing, or to see if you're laughing and all that, it means that they have a strong connection to you, or feel safe around you, or whatever, you know. A lot of people love that one. However, you know, it is not just that shallow. where it's like, okay, yeah, you know, you can look at that and tell. It could be coincidental. You have to add a lot of other pieces of the puzzle to it and say, okay, yeah, there's that, but also, like, you know, combine that with their facial expressions when they see you, the way their voice raises or lowers, the inner workings of somebody's mind, though. When you get into that territory, it's very interesting. Because I have always been interested in finding the inner workings of a human mind, you know. I've not been able to crack the code on a lot of people's. Some people I feel like have straight up lost their mind. But that's not the point. You know, but finding those inner workings, it's very rewarding, I would say. Let's see. But a lot of the surface info, or she is wondering what you do for a living and if you will simp. Yes, that too. There are some people who will purposefully prey on the fact that you might be paying attention to them, and so they will use that to make you more interested in them because of the law of attraction. You know, I don't know if any of you guys have heard this, but there's some people who are out there, and if you like them, they are more likely to like you. It is a thing that is very real. And there are some people who don't experience that. I personally do a little bit. But you know, it is a very real thing. So there are some people who will prey on that. So be careful as well when you're using psychology to try to dictate whether or not, you know, you're connecting with somebody, because they might be trying to do the same exact thing to you. So be careful with that. Some brain types aren't concerned with understanding different types of people and the psychology behind it. I assume you're like me with strong pattern recognition, but the majority of brain types don't inherently notice things like that. Really? Interesting. Yeah, I mean, I get that, yeah. I would say I am very much in the line of thinking of, I want to understand everything. So when I'm tinkering around and it's taking me a while, it's because I want to make sure I understand it. Today I was insistent that I worked on my guitar, my electric guitar. And the reason for it was I wanted to be able to work on it on my own because I don't want to pay somebody, but also it's really cool if you can work on an electric guitar. So I wanted to understand how it all works. Now I understand a ton about guitars. I still haven't fixed it, but I've gotten a lot closer to it. And the path of understanding how even all that engineering works is insane. But I've learned so much today about how electric guitars even work, man. It's insane. And you know, I feel like with being on Twitch, especially, that's helped me a lot with helping how people work in their minds, you know. When you see a new viewer pop in, you start noticing patterns with those new viewers, and so it's an interesting thing. I've been able to kind of leverage just a little bit. Even platonically it can happen. Very strange. Yes, very, very strange. Same. I'm saying, please tell me why so many stories sound the same. Example, stereotypes. Almost all of them have some truth. Yes. Yes. 100% yes. And it's not that... And I will say that. That is one thing I very much hate, as of recent, is the fact that, like, stereotypes suddenly aren't allowed to be true, but the reason they were stereotypes in the first place was because they were pretty much dead on the nail. And it's like, yeah, you know, stereotypically, I am nerdy. Yes, I am 100% nerdy. Yes, I have glasses. I fall into the stereotype of people with glasses are nerds. And you want to know why that's a stereotype? Because it's true. I have not met a person with glasses who isn't nerdy in some way, shape, or form. They get very nerdy about very certain topics, and it, you know, it's kind of adorable. But you know, that's not the only stereotype. That's just probably the most accurate one I think most of us can agree with. I mean, there's probably some, you know, there's some probably like some, I don't know if this is correct to say. Probably not. There are some blue moons out there who, you know, are probably not nerdy and wear glasses, but most of them have glasses and they're nerdy, 100%. I got in trouble as a kid for asking questions of why. Really? That's frustrating. I'm sorry. My parents never really got frustrated with that and never really told me not to ask why. They were pretty cool about me asking questions and trying to understand things. And I've been very, very careful about answering the whys to, you know, my niece and nephew, because they're already pretty smart. And I think asking why is important. Asking why is very, very important. Let's see. Oops, I thought I was typing in game. Oh no, it's okay. It's okay. So please tell me why when you listen to country music from the past through today, it's almost always about a guy who is sad and who has lost his girl. Why is it never the women? Think about, no answer. Or we'll all get permabanned forever and ever. Yeah, you're right. You know, it's one of those things where it's like there's a lot of stereotypes and a lot of them remain true. I mean, I will say this: there are a lot of the boys that like Taylor Swift would sing about are all stereotypical boys. Now, not all of us are like that, but there is a lot of them. There's a lot of boys that Taylor Swift sings about, and it's because it was a true stereotype. It was her type, you know. Now, not all boys are like that, but, you know, all boys that she would be hanging around, probably. I mean, when you're in that fame scene, a lot of them are snotty. That's for sure. Let's see. Who is we forever and ever? It can be self-fulfilling too. Nerdy people hear all their life that nerds wear glasses and they want to fit in with and find their people, so they tend to wear glasses to indicate the type of person they're looking to associate with. Similar to wearing a t-shirt from an anime, you like to attract people with similar interests. They could choose to wear contacts in a lot of cases. That is very true. That is also 100,000% true. And I will say this, and maybe it's just coincidental because I end up being around a lot of nerds, but most of my friends are blind in some way, and do require glasses or contacts, but most of them wear glasses, and and I love them for it. Things that make me go, yeah, I get you. It's certainly interesting. The psychology of the human mind, man. Or not the psychology of the human mind. I'm sorry. The study of the human mind. It's a interesting and dark and twisted place at times, but it's still a place that should be explored. And that's one of those things that I have always tried to look at and understand, because we're gonna get a little bit controversial here. We're a little bit controversial, but we're gonna talk about it here. You ready? So nowadays, if you disagree with somebody, it's oftentimes the end of a friendship or being family with somebody, right? if you disagree politically or, you know, politically mainly, but, you know, you disagree in that way, suddenly it's an issue. I've always looked at it from a point of understanding, like, why does this person think the way they do? Because if I can figure out that, I can understand why they think that way and why I can be okay with that. I've luckily found some people that are very similar in that fact, and we disagree. We're on opposite sides of the political compass, pretty much to the T. And yet, we can still sit down. We can still have a civil discussion, and we can still disagree with each other. I've disagreed with people religiously speaking, too. And we've been able to have very cool and calm, collected conversation because, you know, we're adults about it. We look at it and go, okay, why do you think that way? And they're like, okay, that makes sense. As long as you're not rooted in idiocy and why you're thinking that way, just following somebody blindly, or, you know, you're assuming that your friend of a friend told you accurately, and you've actually done research on this, and you actually truly do believe it, then yeah, you're fine. We have all pretty much come to the conclusion that if you can at least reason why you think that way, then I don't care that you think that way. It's appropriate. Let's see. Or on the other hand, there's a lot of people who would resent being seen as a nerd and choose to wear contacts to avoid label. True. That is also very true. The psyche. Raises hand. Plot twist. Just don't be political. That too. I hate it when people make politics their entire identity. There's more to somebody than who they voted for in an election. There's more to somebody than that. Trust me. Don't boil down people down to just that, because you will find that you will never like them, ever, ever, ever. And to live a life like that just sounds like a miserable life to me. I personally like to... Yeah, why am I doing this? I think personally, like, orange old man or old man. Yeah, pretty much, you know? And it's like, who cares? Why did this become the main point of conversation, right? It's all you hear nowadays. Yeah. Yeah. Like, you know, I'd like to know a little bit about who my friend voted for. But at the end of the day, it's not going to matter to me. We're only going to talk about it once, and then, you know, whatever. Now, the second somebody condemns me for who I voted for when they asked, I didn't tell them without them asking, then there's a problem there. But that's a problem with them, and you just have to say, okay, it's not worth talking. Whatever. If you're willing to end a relationship with me over a differing opinion, I've misjudged the quality of person you are and deserve the headache. I avoid the type of people that can't have a constructive discussion. I applaud that. And I wish I was a little bit better about picking out people like that. Definitely. I think we will both get emails from Twitch before the stream even ends. Yeah, there's a good chance, but that's okay. That's okay. I'll just go to what is it, Rumble? No, I'm not going to Rumble. But you know, I think I found more often than not. No, we're not gonna go into that. We're not gonna go into that rabbit hole. Because it's gonna open up the door for a lot of conversation that I'm not necessarily unwilling to have, but I don't want somebody who is not quite fully matured in their opinions to pop in here and go, well, actually, you know, because it's not my goal to change somebody's opinion in any case. I don't, when I'm talking to somebody one-on-one and we're disagreeing, it's not my goal to change their mind, but rather try to understand why they think the way they think, and to explain why I think the way I think. And if that changes their mind, then so be it, but that's not the main reason why I'm talking to them, right? Good call. Agreed. Cheers and claps. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys. And I'll say this. The thing that makes me sad the most is the division between the fact of, like, young people and old people not agreeing. When I am young and I can agree with old people just fine and I can agree with young people just fine. You know, well, actually, you don't have an opinion because I said so. Well, you're entitled to that opinion. Yes, you know, I think it's funny. I think it's really funny how the world works nowadays, you know? It's interesting how that's, like, the thing that controls everybody's lives, though. You know? I miss back in, like... Well, I don't even remember the times, but, you know, back before 2008 even, but mostly before 2016, when life didn't revolve just around one dude who really has so little power over the universe, but we act like he has unlimited power. I miss when that stuff was the case, you know? When you know, when all we were worrying about was actually just what was for dinner. The early 2000s, yeah. When I was born. Back when my childhood actually was still normal, right? I mean, even now, you hear middle schoolers and even younger sometimes talking politics, and it's like, why? Why is this? Why is this where we're at? What have we done wrong to lead us to this point in time, right? Most people talk to convince, not to understand and be understood. Therefore, when you speak to one of these people, they assume your motives are the same as theirs, making it difficult to not have a genuine conversation, or making it difficult to have a genuine conversation, sorry. They think you're not listening because you aren't conceding any points and continue to argue your own side. Yes, that is a very, very good point, Troggy. And I definitely agree with that. And I will say this. I've always made it a point when talking to anybody, whether it be a friend, a stranger, you know, a highly respected official, you know, any of that stuff. I've always made it a point to listen, not to listen and speak. You know, there doesn't have to be an answer for everything, in my opinion. In terms of, like, I don't have to answer your point with my point. But I do want to listen to your point. I do want to understand it, right? And if I have something to add, then yeah, I'm gonna add it. But, like, at the end of the day, does it even really matter? And I suppose the answer really is no. Because both people are gonna walk away with the thought that they won, right? Wife feeding me? Hey, let's go. Enjoy dinner, man. Enjoy dinner. The struggle of wanting to understand just for the sake of understanding. They don't get why you'd want to do that, so they assume there's a hidden motive. Yeah. Yeah, you're dead on the nail there. And it's made it so it's hard to have a conversation with some people, because I've had people where, like, I've been friends with them, and they'll say something that's like, oh, well, you know, I actually think that, but because you told me you wouldn't be friends with anybody that thinks that, now I don't want to disclose that I think that or talk about that with you, because you're very quick to shoot down opinions. I enjoy your company otherwise, but, you know, it's sad because it's not their personality, but they try so hard to make it their personality, right? Like, that's what I feel like. That's what I feel when it comes to just being a political person in general. Like, if I were to meet any political official, say I met I'm gonna say his name, Joe Biden. Say I met his name, you know, or met him today, like, for dinner. Right now. I wouldn't want to talk politics with him. I want to understand who he is. I want to know more about Joe, you know? Not just Mr. President. Like, sure, I might have a couple of fun questions, but if we were just to sit down and talk, I want to know more about him. And then, you know, of course, later on, I'd kind of like to understand why he thinks the way he does. But, you know, at the end of the day, he's not just the president. He actually has feelings, emotions, no matter what you believe. He has those. He is a person. And I think that's actually the largest issue we're facing right now. We've stopped boiling people down, or we've started boiling people down to their most basic elements of, this is what they believe, so therefore they are my enemy. If you're not with me, then you're my enemy kind of mentality. Instead of looking at them and going, I don't agree with you on this, but I still recognize that you have value, or that we have similarities. There's one thing that all people share in life, and that is the fact that we will all die. And if you really want to be honest, there's 3 things that all people have in common. We all live, we all die, and we all pay our taxes. If you can't find any commonality in some of that, you know, if you can't find any commonality in day-to-day life, then I feel sorry. I feel very sorry for you. Because the truth of the matter is, I am probably, technically speaking, and I'm probably gonna get this. We'll probably get picked up later and taken out of context. But the truth of the matter is, I probably am in a minority of thinking in this space. Twitch is not necessarily on my side when it comes to what I think and what I believe, and that's okay. Because I'm not going to come in here trying to change Twitch's mind. I'm not coming in here to change the masses' mind. You know, I'm here to have a good time. You guys are here to have a good time. And I think that's our commonality. We all like to play video games. We all like to have a good conversation. And it's good. It's lawful good. We all like to engage in that lawful good behavior. I had too many relationships like that where I felt like I wasn't able to be myself because I was always acquiescing to others in that way. X person doesn't like this, so don't say that. Y person believes this, so I can't hang out with them. Around Z person. Got to be too much. I moved to the country, cut everyone off, and kept the people who made a point to stay in touch with me. I can respect that. I really can. And I've gotten better about it. Like, you know, one of those things, for example, I love, and, you know, we can argue about whether it's right or wrong, but I won't. We won't. But, you know, 9/11 jokes. Morally, are they wrong? Probably. But, that being said, I find them funny. So I'm going to say them sometimes. And if you don't like them, I'm going to not say them around you if I can help it. But I'm not going to feel absolutely sorry that I said it. And then, like, you got angry at me. You know? Like, yeah, I feel a little bit bad that, like, especially if there was trauma there. But, like, you know, I'm not going to necessarily go out of my way to try to appease you and beg on my knees that you forgive me for it, you know. It's a thing that happened, and I apologize that it may have offended you, but it is also a part of me in terms of that is one of the many humor styles that I can't help. I just can't help. And I feel a little bit bad sometimes when, yeah, there's somebody that's like, yeah, no, I'm not gonna lie. That one didn't really sit right with me, but, you know, most of the time we can look past it and just agree to disagree on it, and that's okay. Putting in work today, you're really smashing it with this whole content thing, thoughtful and versatile. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Abda. I appreciate you so much. I don't pay my taxes. There's the imposter, guys. He doesn't have anything in common with him. We can hate him. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Deku's lived in and will probably die and probably eats and sleeps just like the rest of us. So I think we can agree with you, Deku. Appreciating this line of discussion. Thanks for humoring. I'm sorry for the long messages. No worries. It's a good conversation. I'm enjoying it. Oh boy, not again. The planes are coming. Why? You know, some would argue that it's just plain wrong to make those jokes, but I beg to differ. I don't know if I have any more grass or dirt, but I'm gonna go quickly look and see. I'm going to quickly look and see if, Ow. I'm going to quickly look and see if I have any more. We are going to start wrapping up things here soon, but please do stick around for the end, because we will go and raid somebody. I don't know if any of my homies are live or not, but if they are, we'll go say hello to them. And if, you know, if none of them are live, then we'll go say hello to somebody new. So we'll just wait and see. It'll be interesting. Hey, at least it's not the slavery jokes. Oh wait. No, man, no. I've cracked it. I've cracked my whip. I've gotten into shape on that one. I will attempt to not make any more of those in the near future, but that's okay. You know, everybody makes mistakes, and everybody has those days. And yeah, okay. I'm textbook, and I find it very hard not to try to keep everyone happy and comfy. I feel that so hard. Conflict comes up, I fix it or run away. I can't if I can't. Shrinking the friend group and being selective about who I hang out with has helped. I find that very, very relatable, actually. I am very, very introverted in terms of, like, you know, I want people to like me, but I also don't want to hang out with people too much. So I have to keep my friend group small, but I have to be there, and I exert so much energy in that friend group to make them like me and to be there for them. And I like to provide for people in any way I can. And so, a lot of the time, you know, I'll take on too much work, admittedly. Let me see, just before I come out here, because I will get told don't do it then. Okay, we're good. So, I'll admit, I take on way too much work. A lot of the time, really. There's a lot of times where I offer help where I really shouldn't. But it's because I love them so very much that their needs are put on highest pedestal that I will go into debt over it. I will lose sleep over it. I will lose money over it in terms of I'll put their stuff over my stuff in some cases. And it's because I love them so very much and I want them to love me back so very much that, you know, I create that problem. And admittedly, yes, it's a problem, but we're all aware of it and it's okay. You know, I'm a very big people pleaser in the terms of, like what you said. I want everybody happy and comfy, and if I have a way to make them slightly more happy or slightly more comfy, then I will give that to them. I've started YouTube channels for friends. I've done thumbnails for friends. I've, you know, set up plenty of Minecraft servers, and you know, I've stayed up way past when I've been supposed to. I've stayed up entire nights to be with friends on phone calls. And you know, that's not to say how good of a person I am, how bad of a person anybody else is, but rather to say, you know, it's more so to acknowledge the fact that I do have an issue. And, you know, it's not necessarily a good issue to have, like, but rather, I guess the whole point of it is really, I'm trying to find the right words here. The words are hard. I can't think of the words right now. My mind's falling apart. So is my throat, apparently. But that's okay. How many games do you stream? I mostly play Minecraft, but if I'm not playing Minecraft, I'll try to play Valorant and like Doom. I've been playing a lot of Doom lately. I've been just trying out new games a lot recently. Your heart is too big for your chest. Thank you, Nightfall. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. I listened to you for like 60 seconds and could tell you were a kindred spirit. You're the second person I've followed in like 3 months. Well, I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Frog. It's been a delight having you here today. I bet my non-existent money you're an INFJ too. Do you know your MBTI type? I used to. I don't remember though. You know what? We can take that quick. I used to not really care, but honestly, I would say, you know, maybe not. And maybe they're not so important because, like I said, I don't like slapping labels on everybody, but also like these personality tests are kind of fun. I have another game I'm thinking about starting. I'm intrigued. I'm definitely intrigued. Do you play Roblox? I haven't played much Roblox. I played once and I just couldn't get into it. Maybe another day I'll pick it up again though. Okay, so first question. You regularly make new friends. I'm going to select the first agree, not neutral, but, you know, agree one. You spend a lot of free time exploring various random topics that pique your interest. Agree strongly. Seeing other people cry can easily make you feel like you want to cry too. Strongly agree. You have to make a backup plan for a backup plan. Strongly agree. You usually stay calm even under a lot of pressure. Strongly agree. At social events, you really try to introduce yourself to new people and mostly talk to the ones you already know. Slightly agree. And it's on the drop list. Oh, what's on the drop list? I'm trying to think. I'm not familiar with what's on the drop list at the moment, I'm gonna be honest. I think it was like astrology, but I realized it's less about personality and more about the filters that info passes through in the decision-making process. Yeah, it's one of those things, like, with astrology, star signs and stuff, it's just a whole bunch of mumbo-jumbo. Like, some of it is stereotypical, and you can go, yeah, okay, yeah. You know, a lot of cancers do act like that. But also, like, not all do. Whereas with personality types, it's a lot more scientific, if that makes sense. You know, it's observing the behaviors and saying, you fit in more with this group of people in terms of how your decision making was. And, you know, that's neither a good thing nor a bad thing. It's just a thing. That's just how you grew as a person, you know. You prefer to completely finish one project before starting another. Disagree. Somewhat disagree. Or no, slightly disagree. You are very sentimental. Strongly agree. You like to use organizing tools like schedules and lists. Neutral. Even a small mistake can cause you to doubt your overall abilities and knowledge. I somewhat agree. You feel comfortable just walking up to someone you find interesting and striking up a conversation. Strongly disagree. You are, or no, we'll take a step down from strongly. You're not too interested in discussing various interpretations and analysis of creative works. I would say there's or no, hang on. Slightly disagree. I like to discuss. I mean, we've had a whole discussion here, guys. You are more inclined to follow your head than your heart. Slightly agree. Well, neutral. See, I take both into account. I think about it, but I also feel it, you know? It's hard. Like, I use my head, but I also use my heart. You use both to make your decision. And so it's one of those things. You use logic, but you should also use feeling. The INFJ is the logical feeler, logical empath. Yeah. See, my first instinct is with heart, but right in the same instant, my brain kicks in and says, "How can you fix it?" So like, it's both. It's neutral. I'm feeling pretty good about my guess based on your answers. You're probably dead on the nail, honestly. You usually prefer just doing what you feel like at any given moment instead of planning a particular daily routine. Slightly disagree. You rarely worry about whether you make a good impression on people you meet. Disagree. You enjoy participating in group activities. Strongly agree, actually. You like books and movies that make you come up with your own interpretation of the ending. Neutral. I mean, I like them, but I don't necessarily like them both. Well, okay, hang on. It says you like. It doesn't mean you don't like the other one. So, agree. Your happiness comes more from helping others accomplish things than your own accomplishments. Strongly agree. I'll say this, and this is gonna sound really horrible, and it's nothing about you guys. You guys are actually great, but I feel like I was more happy when I helped my friend hit 800 followers than when I hit 1,000. Something about it was just different. It was satisfying. It was heartwarming. It was, it just was. Whereas with this, I just kind of, it was, but it didn't feel the same, It didn't warm myself. It didn't warm my heart as much. I don't know. How do you do that? I contacted one of my friends who was streaming at the moment, and they had like 100 and something viewers. I was like, "Hey, can you do me a favor? My friend is doing a really long stream right now. Could you possibly raid them?" And then she did, and we pushed them over the follow cap, and it was just a great time overall. We broke the raid record for her. It was a great time. I have fond memories. And then, I mean, I've done it another time where I've added everybody on my Discord and said, "Hey, can we go follow this person? They're a really sweet individual." I don't know how many of you guys know Characle, but I usually rate her a decent amount, and I found her when she was below 800 as well. And we helped get her to 800 that night. I found her, I rated her, I was like, "You're really cool. Hang on. Let's get you to 800. So I was like, everyone, can we go follow this person? They're really, really cool. And so, we found ourselves to be, I found myself to be pretty satisfied with helping other people. That's cool. Thank you. I try to be somewhat cool, you know. I'm gonna stand right here because it's a little bit safer. Okay, let me finish this personality test. You are interested in so many things that you find it difficult to choose what to try next. Strongly agree. You guys remember that YouTube conversation we were talking about a little bit earlier? That's where that strongly agree is for. You're prone to worrying that things will take a turn for the worse.
Hello there.
Thank you for the follow, limited tier. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. As for this one, it's very interesting because it's only very certain scenarios. Because again, I think with the heart, but also the mind. And so to think with, you know, almost two different, you know, minds, really. You're thinking with your brain, but your heart as well. Two different minds. My heart tends to worry, but my neutral. We're going neutral. I don't want to spend too much time here, but interesting discussion there. You avoid leadership roles in group settings. Slightly agree. You're definitely not an artistic type of person. What do you guys think? Do I scream art? I think I would say I am very artsy in a lot of scenarios. I mean, I love to play my guitars. I love to stream. I love to make videos. I love to do thumbnails. Music is that art. Yeah, I mean, we're very much on that the art train. 100%. Also, welcome to the stream limited tier. Again, thank you for the follow and welcome to the welcome to the server. I appreciate you. You're creative if you're making your own builds and making music and content. Yeah. I would definitely agree with that. So I'm going to strongly disagree with that. I am 100% an artistic person. You think the world would be a better place if things or if people relied more on rationality and less on their feelings. Strongly agree, but also it's relied more, not necessarily cutting off their feelings. So I think strongly agree on there. Yeah. You prefer to do your chores before allowing yourself to relax. Strongly agree. You enjoy watching people argue. Okay, disagree. You tend to avoid drawing attention to yourself. Slightly agree. Your mood can change very quickly. Okay, this is where the wool drops before your eyes. Yes, my mood can change very quickly, but it's because of how I fake it. To be entirely 1000% honest, there are days where I'm just faking the moods and I'm not actually present with a mood, but that being said, yes, I will slightly agree there. My mood can change very quickly. You lose patience with people who are not as efficient as you. Strongly disagree. You end up often doing things at the last possible moment. Slightly agree. You've always been fascinated by the question of what, if anything, happens after death. Strongly agree. That is a discussion I would love to have with some people. I know it's a scary discussion, but it is a discussion I want to have at some point in time with people more often. My backup guess is INFP. We'll have to see. I'm 50% through the test. We'll see. What was the discussion? The concept of death and what happens after or during. That's something I would love to talk about sometime. Because, you know, it definitely will get very, very much into the existential, yeah. It'll be very existential, but also it'll get probably heavily into religion and probably also dive into politics, because when you get into religion, a lot of people draw in the politics as well, and so it's just like, we'll have to wait and see. It may happen, it may not. I usually prefer to be around others rather than on your own. As of late, it's actually been a kind of and agree. You become bored or lose interest when the discussion gets highly theoretical. Strongly disagree. I love theoretics. Speedrun to Twitch ban stream. Yeah, let's go. You find it easy to empathize with a person whose experiences are very different from yours. Strongly agree. Usually postpone finalizing decisions for as long as possible. Neutral. You rarely second guess the choices that you have made. Disagree. After a long and exhausting week, a lively social event is just what you need. Disagree. You enjoy going to art museums. Strongly disagree. I would hate an art museum so much, man. You often have a hard time understanding. Okay, I wouldn't mind going to an art museum if it was with a friend and we were just kind of going for fun. But by myself, I would never. And I wouldn't necessarily enjoy it. It would be more of a neutral experience. It might be enjoyable. I don't know. You often have a hard time understanding other people's feelings. Strongly disagree. You like to have a to-do list for each day. Agree. You feel really insecure. Or you rarely... I'm sorry, I can't read. I'm on Adam. You again? Okay. Oh, no. That's okay. You rarely feel insecure. Let me look up the definition of insecure, just because I want to make sure I have the right definition here. Not firmly fixed, liable to give away or break. Not confident or assured, uncertain, and anxious. I wouldn't say I'm insecure, but some of that does match up, and it is more and more frequent. I would say I feel like when I'm insecure, it's logically. Neutral. You avoid making phone calls. Agree. You often spend a lot of time trying to understand views that are very different from your own. Strongly agree. 70% of the way through. Here we go. If it was the art of food, would you be more happy? Specifically if it was peanut butter? Yes. I love myself some peanut butter, man. What counts as a weird item? Good question. Good question. In your social circle, you are often the one who contacts your friends and initiates activities. Disagree. I want to be more active and trying to plan stuff, but I always get kind of stressed out and not necessarily scared, but anxious of how people would react when I start doing that, because I don't want to take charge and then people get mad at me or whatever, you know. I try to be very people-pleasy as possible, you know. When will you stream again? Whenever I get back. Whenever I get back. So let me pull it up here on my phone. I get back on the 21st of November. So I likely won't stream until the 22nd, which is going to be a long ways away. But I'm going to try to do a mobile stream while I'm gone. Because I have a couple of free days that we aren't doing anything, so I'm going to try to plan out maybe an hour where I can just talk to you guys, because I'm going to miss you guys. I already know I am, so I want to talk to you guys while I can now. If your plans are interrupted, your top priority is to get back on track as soon as possible. Disagree, or slightly disagree. You're still bothered by mistakes that you made a long time ago. Slightly disagree. You rarely contemplate the reasons for human existence or the meaning of life. Strongly disagree. Your emotions control you more than you control them. Slightly disagree. Or no, just disagree. You take care not to make people look bad, even when it is completely their fault. Strongly agree. Your personal work style is closer to spontaneous bursts of energy than organized and consistent efforts. Strongly agree. When someone thinks highly of you, you wonder how long it'll take them to feel disappointed in you. Strongly agree. Here we go. They're calling me out. You would love a job that requires you to work alone most of the time. Strongly agree. You believe that pondering abstract philosophical questions is a waste of time. Strongly disagree. You feel more drawn to places with busy, bustling atmospheres than quiet, intimate places. Disagree. You know at first glance how someone is feeling. Strongly agree. You often feel overwhelmed. Slightly disagree. You complete things methodically without skipping over any steps. That just depends on the task. Neutral. You're very intrigued by things labeled as controversial. Agree. Strongly agree. You pass along a good opportunity if you thought someone else needed it more. Strongly agree. You struggle with deadlines. Slightly agree. You feel confident that things will work out for you. Strongly agree. I am male. My personality is INFJT, which is the advocate. Advocates are quiet visionaries, often serving as inspiring and tireless idealists. I am 68% introverted. Introverted individuals tend to prefer fewer yet deep and meaningful social interactions and often feel drawn to calmer environments. INFJ friend, let's go. Let's go. So that's my energy. You know, I'm introverted energy. My mind is intuitive rather than observant. Intuitive minds are very imaginative, open-minded, and curious. They value originality and focus on hidden meanings and distant possibilities. In my nature, it is feeling rather than thinking by 84%. Feeling individuals value emotional expression and sensitivity. They place a lot of importance on empathy, social harmony, and cooperation. In tactics, I have a 51% in judging, 49% in prospecting. That's a very split decision there. Judging individuals are decisive, thorough, and highly organized. They value clarity, predictability, and closure, preferring structure and planning to spontaneous. Hey, welcome to the stream. I appreciate the raid, Dante. Let me get you a shout out here. What were you guys up to? We are taking a personality test. I have not followed Dante yet. If you guys haven't followed Dante's up. Press the follow button at the top of chat. Check out their next stream. See what they're up to. Let's see. What were you guys up to? Some just chatting. Nice. Well, welcome on in, everybody. Good to see you all.
Hello there.
Thank you for all the follows. I'll get to all you here in a minute. I heart Colby Brock. Thank you for popping in. Hello, Kylie Kovac. Welcome in. Hello, Dante. Hello, Kylie. Thank you for the follow, Dante. Let's see. Oh my goodness, you guys are insane. Thank you for the follow, Brock. What's your personality type? I am what you would call an INFJ. Very, very fun, and I'll kind of go back and explain some of it. I would be considered the advocate, which means I am introverted energy, intuitive mind, nature feeling, tactical judging. And then we'll move on here now that we're all caught up. But what were you guys all up to? Played Fortnite, Minecraft, and chatted. Sounds like a lovely stream. I can't wait to catch your next one. Where I'm actually going to go out of town after this stream, but maybe that'll give me some good time to pick up on one of your streams. Hello, welcome in, Phelan. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it, and thank you for the follow, Kylie. I appreciate you. Thought I was playing Fortnite. Haha, a nerd. I know. JK. Imagine a Fortnite. Imagine. I haven't played Fortnite in so long, man. But I hope you enjoyed the new season. They brought back the old Fortnite season, right? Or old chapter. I've been seeing a lot of people enjoying it. So the identity they've given me is turbulent at 51% rather than assertive at 49%. Turbulent individuals are self-conscious and sensitive to stress. They feel a sense of urgency in their emotions and tend to be success-driven, perfectionistic, and eager to improve. Honestly, with judging, or with the judging versus prospecting and turbulent versus assertive, it was very, very close on both of them because of a couple of questions that I couldn't make up my mind on. I played for the new season. I've been debating whether or not to download it, but I think I've kind of made up my mind I won't, because I don't have a ton of space on my computer, and I don't really feel like cleaning out the folders, you know? Are you streaming for 8 more minutes? Sure, why not? Let's see. We'll go ahead and send it to my inbox. And let's see. Man, they really got a lot of information on me here. Bro, I share a personality type with Morgan Freeman. I mean, that's pretty sick, you know. And Aragorn from Lord of the Rings? Let's go. Yeah, I understand for sure. I'm gonna make some food and lurk. Have a great stream. Thank you so much for the raid again. I appreciate you. And enjoy the food and enjoy your lurk. I will catch you hopefully later. I'm pretty sure you end streams at 6 hours. Most of the time, yeah. Most of the time. Man, I share personality with a lot of cool people. No wonder I liked these guys. Ah, interesting. Pretty sure you... Oh, I already know that. My bad. Neat. Wow. So... That's pretty neat. I have a personality type, INFJ. As an INFJ male, you're a 1% personality boy. Oh man, I am a rarity. Let's go. That makes me more valuable on the market, hypothetically, right? Right? Oh gosh, we'll get back into the Minecraft for a little bit while we're talking, because it's always good to talk. I'm losing my voice. Sure, it may be a rarity because it's a bad thing, but I don't think it is, because I've always found people that are similar style to me. Maybe not exact, but you know, very similar. I find that, you know, we're enjoyable to be around. Whatever makes you happy, bruh. Just much less likely to be understood by the other personalities. That's all you get. Dang it. I don't get like a special like laminated card or anything to say like, oh yeah, this guy's rare. He's what we would call a shiny boy, you know. He is the foiled Pokemon card of the dating world. I'm just saying, man. I'm just saying, you know. Any not on Twitch, never mind. I don't want to get down that road. That's how you get canceled later. Nobody enter my inbox if you are under the age of 18. I'm sorry. That's a can of worms. Oh, definitely. Definitely. Oh, gosh. I know what you were about to say, so good call. Yeah, I've been down that road too many times. We're not going down that way. I am so losing my voice. Oh my gosh. It's okay. I guess I should show you guys what I've been up to. Shouldn't I? I've been building this thing. And, it's been looking kind of sick. I'm excited for it. I'm hoping that, I'm gonna go. Alright, see ya, Deku. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate ya. And, I'll catch you again later. Let us know if you need anything, okay? Oh, candy. Okay. I'm gonna eat this bag of sugar because it's gonna I'm gonna throw it away if I don't eat it tonight, so... And a hydrate. Let's go. Dude, I'm so lightheaded and I smell toast. Like burning toast. Like, burning bread. I'm just having a stroke, but that's okay. You know? 'Cause it's fine. It would really suck if I had a stroke, dude. Like, after the week I've had, a stroke on top of that, right before vacation. Thank you for that. It's like swallowing sand. Here's your hydrate. Okay. Trying to think. I'm out a lot of dirt. I could get more. But honestly, I'd rather just get somebody else to dig dirt for me. We're kind of like, you know, 6 hours. It's like, you know what? No, we're gonna dig. I'm gonna stand up for myself. I'm gonna dig. And, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be fine. Yep. We're gonna dig for a little bit. No, stop. I can't keep seeing you having strokes. It's annoying giving you chest compressions. Well, you know, I appreciate it, you know. It's the thought that counts. Dude, imagine if I actually had a stroke, though. So, it would go from this week, and timeline order. 24-hour stream. Putting my cat down. Guitar breaking. And then, almost breaking my toe. PC dies, sort of, kind of, in the process. I've lost my voice, but I met all you lovely people, so that's a good thing. And then on top of it all, I have a stroke right before vacation. PC dies, you die. Yeah, that's that would not be a great outlook. You see. In the metaverse, it's not when you die in the video game that you die in real life. It's when your PC dies, you die as well. That would not be great. See, join the Discord. I'll be popping in again. Gotta head to bed for now. Your week sounds crazy. Glad you're okay. Thank you so much, Troggy. I appreciate you, and it's been good to meet you. And I hope to catch you again later. Definitely thanks for joining the Discord, though. Have a good night. You get broken heart syndrome? Oh, gosh. Add that to the list. That would be great. Man, that would suck. Wow. It's been a fun week, though. In all honesty... Besides, like, a couple of events, which, you know, were less than ideal, it's okay. I'm fine with it. Like, it is what it is. And, you just kind of gotta live with it. It's one of those, I suppose, to explain a little bit better, 'cause it's like, I know a lot of people might think I'm a little bit of a sociopath for not being a little more upset about my cat. But I had witnessed him in that state for long enough to know that it was time. So, like, I wasn't too distraught over it. Like, it caught me off guard that was the night because it was poorly timed. But, you know, when has my cat ever perfectly timed anything? So... You know, it caught me off guard, but wasn't emotionally distraughting, and I had already prepared myself for it, so it was okay. Hey, if you're still kicking, it's a W. Yeah, I mean, there are so many people who have it far worse. And I know that mentality is toxic, but not to me. To me, it's what keeps me going in the mornings. So if I just thought about how, you know, my life sucks all the time, it would... That self-wallowing would never get me anywhere, man. I'd be asleep all day. Broke. Well, I'm already broke, but I'm just a little less broke than what I would be. And, probably on a lot of medication. If we want the honest truth. But, you know, you can't let it keep you down. You can't let it keep you down. That used to be why I couldn't sleep at night, was because I would be thinking of ways to improve my life rather than drowning in it. Because, like, I feel like, you know, especially with, like, my streams and such, I'm very conscious about what I'm trying to make for you guys and what I'm putting out there. So I want it to be enjoyable and all that, so I do my best to make it as good as I can. And so when it's not as good as I can, I'm thinking about ways at night, how I can fix it, how I can, you know, make it good. They would medicate you so fast, it's crazy. The insurance would go way up. You'd be in negative broke. Oh gosh. Yeah. Yeah, I'd be pretty broke. I'm not looking forward to going to the doctor anytime soon. I was joking with a friend earlier. You know, she was like, "Man, you've really had just a whiplash kind of week." And I was like, "Yeah. Yeah, it's been one thing after the other." She's like, "Well, you know, that's okay. Maybe the vacation will be the great reset." And I'm like, "Well, it might be the great reset, or it's just gonna get worse and like everybody dies, or you know, I go to the doctor after vacation because that's my intention. I want to go after I'd like to schedule a doctor's appointment after I get back, and then just get everything worked on. Because if they give me any medicine before I go, the theory was it could probably ruin my time there, or they tell me I can't ride roller coasters. I don't want them to tell me that, so I'm going to go ride roller coasters now, and then I'll come back with the messed up part, and they can fix it. But in the meantime, I'm going to ride my roller coasters. So, you know, at like, you know, when I get home, you know, maybe I'll talk with mom, take me to a doctor's office. We'll get everything checked. Because, you know, as it is, now she knows about, like, the hallucinating doorbells thing. And so I think she's more apt to believe me on some of the other things. Because she knows I've just casually picked up a knife and said, yes, I will kill whoever goes through that door. Because I don't know what my thinking was. I don't know why I would even answer the door if there was a threat. But that was my thinking at first. She probably realizes, yeah, he probably needs to see a doctor. One, about the hallucination, and then two, the heart problems, the breathing problems, the problems, you know. After 18, did you just quit doctor? I didn't go to a doctor. I haven't been to a doctor in, like, probably, 10 years now. I've been playing hide and seek with them for a good while. And the reason for that is they've always just been expensive, and I didn't need them. So it didn't make sense to go. 10 how? Well, when you're homeschooled, you don't have to go to the doctor ever. Like, I know they have, like, certain amounts of checkups that you have to hit when you're in school, public school. Like, you have to get your vaccinations and, you know, you have to get this and that and all that. I have to do that though because I was homeschooled and we moved enough that like even the doctors that I did go to, they wouldn't keep tabs on us because we'd be away. So they would just assume we were a new doctor. Where I am, it's illegal if you don't go once a year. Yeah, no, we're even where I've been, even homeschool, really interesting. Everywhere I've been, it's been okay. Yeah, no, for me, I've lived in Florida, Alabama, Maryland, Missouri, and now West Virginia, and they never made us go to the doctors. Now, like, if there was an emergency, yes, it would be illegal for them to not take us. That would be denying health care to a person that you are legally responsible for. But yeah, no, I've never had to go to the doctor ever. And now when I was a baby, I think I went a fair amount because I actually, when I was born, I had an issue. I don't remember what it was exactly, but I think they put me on steroids if I remember correctly. Like when I was a baby, I was put on a nebulizer, because I want to say it may have been for my heart, which would explain a lot, but I don't remember. I'd have to ask my mom. I can't remember because I was a baby. In case anybody's wondering how I don't remember that stuff, I was a baby. Just throwing that out there. You came out of the womb with a six-pack? Yeah, man, I was all on the roids. I could have taken out Rocky in any of the boxing rings, man. Oh, gosh. Yeah, no, I seem to remember it was either a breathing issue where like I couldn't breathe when I was asleep, or it was a heart issue, and I can't remember which one. And I'd have to ask my mom because I can't remember, but I seem to remember her telling me several times whenever that nebulizer would come out, she would go, "Yeah, that used to be yours." I was like, "Oh, okay." And I was started as soon as I was born. Nice, welcome to the club. I actually don't know how close I was to death. I don't think I was that close. My mom's never told me about that. If it was, I feel like I would remember that one. I wanted it over before it was even started. Oh gosh. Yeah, no, I think it was just that one issue, and I've never really been to the doctor since then. Besides, 10 years ago, I went to the doctor for strep throat, because I had it really bad, and my mom wanted to make sure it wasn't anything else, so we went and got it checked. And she's like, "Yeah, it's just strep, it's fine." Like, oh, okay, well, there's that. Like the dreaded void. Yeah, now I just hate doctors because I feel like they're a waste of time and money, because I've seen enough of my family go to doctors and then like they have to go again and again and again, and it feels like they get you on this loop. And was I don't mean to sound like a conspiracy theorist, because it's not that. It just feels like there's this never-ending cycle. And I know they do want the best for you, but it feels like they just want you to keep going back even though you don't need to, or that they could have fixed it by then, you know. And I can't do that to myself. Yeah, you constantly get referred to different doctors. Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Like, I know I'm gonna get put into my general practicer's office. You know what he's gonna tell me? He's gonna look at me and go, "Okay, you need a cardiologist, you need a dermatologist, you need probably, let me think, With my appetite, it would probably be, who's the stomach guy? Or maybe even, he's gonna say I'm gonna need a psychologist or a psychiatrist. I can't remember which one. I always have a hard time remembering which one's which, but the one that doesn't give you medicine, but tries to diagnose what's wrong with your mind. And then, that he's gonna give me all sorts of things, and then it's like, I paid you to tell me where to go. And now I'm going to go to these places, and they're going to tell me, yes, you need to come back, but you also need to go to see this guy again, so he can add everything all together, and then give you your prescriptions. And it's like, and now I get to be addicted to painkillers, and, all this other crap. And it's just like, I feel like there's something incredibly broken. Like, I don't expect one guy to know it all. But I really don't like that I have to go to one guy to go to all the other guys. And then, at the end of the day, I still have to keep going back. It's like a subscription service. But every time you use it, you have to pay like $2,000, It's a little bit messed up. And I mean, the sad thing is, like, I'm not the only one in this boat, and I definitely don't need to go. Like, I'm in no way, shape, or form in any danger, as far as I can tell. Like, my heart is a little bit weird at night when I sleep, but other than that, as far as I can tell, I'm in no danger. But, it's like, I'm trying to find the right way to explain it. It's like, there's other people out there who have it way worse. Other than your bleeding chest. Yeah, that one was weird. That one was really weird. Small detail. Very, very minuscule. Very. It hasn't happened since then, but I will say I've lost a lot of weight again. So, we'll see what happens. And I'm going to lose a lot more here soon. I'm going to go to Disney and I'm going to burn like 20,000 calories a day. Actually, not quite that many. Let me see, how many calories did I burn while at Disney last time? Health. Right. Activity. I want to see the steps I took. No. Where's the calorie? Activity. No. Resting inner. No. I think it's activity. Okay. That was. Where's February? Okay, in February. I just need to get down to there. Imagine you come back as a gym bro. Gosh. Yeah, in February I was burning almost 1,000 calories a day while I was at Disney. And I probably was consuming around about that much. I don't eat a lot. I really can't, though. So I was burning more than probably what I was putting in, honestly. And that's just according to my watch's calculation. I didn't wear my watch the entire day either. There were days where I just didn't wear it, or I would take it off while I was asleep, so you'd burn another, you'd burn probably another, I think, how many calories do you burn while asleep? Like, what is it, 50? Or something like that? Disney food costs an arm and a leg. It does. It does. My family is bringing a backpack, and we're going to put lunch meat in it. And then we'll eat one meal at the parks every day. But the backpack is going to be for lunch. And so, are you selling your kidney? No, thank goodness, no. I will be eating a burger that is like $20. And it is one of the best burgers I've ever had. And I will enjoy it very, very much. And I'm going to cry when I take a bite out of it. But I will document it again. I will share it with you guys because it is my beloved cheeseburger, and I need you guys to see it once more because it is a beautiful, beautiful sandwich. I'm sorry, I got a little bit passionate there over that thing. We're just gonna finish this up real quick, and then I gotta go. Yeah, but yeah, Disney, right? You know, I'm excited. I'm really excited. That being said, what is my heart doing? You can marry the burger, you know. You're right. You're right. I should do that. The amount of blood that's pumping out of it, probably. Okay, my heart isn't doing much. It's weird. I know we're not gonna get into it. It's gonna be concerning if I do. So we're just gonna not. We're just gonna not do that. We're just gonna finish this up, and then I'll. Seems like you're in love. No. 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 Okay. Let's see. What we got here. Right. That's the build, basically. I need to finish, like, a couple more sections, but it's pretty close. I have... Oh, gosh. Okay. Well, this is it. Yeah, the burger is stealing your heart, literally. It's gonna kill you. Gosh. Well, this is likely going to be one of the last times I see you guys for a little bit, but I appreciate all of you so very, very much. And you all are appreciated, you know. I very much enjoy your company. I'm trying to make this a little less awkward, but it's not working out so well. You know, I will see you all later. Later. And okay, I can't read him. He's currently asleep, but that's okay. Who's Chara? I see. Okay, I'm currently dying, but that's okay. We're gonna go say hello to Chara, and it's gonna be a good time. Yeah. Good night. Good night. Nightfall. I appreciate you popping in and hanging out for as long as you did. You've been fun. All right. Raid Chara. All right. If you guys hop in the raid, you'll get free channel points. You're gonna be a cool streamer, and most importantly, it looks like you're gonna see a lot of axolotls. It's gonna be pretty cool. So sleep tight. Don't let your cardiovascular system bite. Thank you so much. I will catch you all. Not tomorrow. I'm sorry. I'll catch you all in a couple of weeks. I'll try my darndest to record something on my phone and at least communicate with you guys a little bit. All right, guys. Good night.